Hi Vanessa, hope you're doing really well. Hope you're okay. Just gonna let the numbers go up a little bit. Hi Lisa. Hi Justine. Hope you're doing well. Hi everyone. Hi Andy. Hi Emma. Hope you're well. Thank you so much for anyone that's supporting me in all of this and it's giving me some information as we go, and it's just proving very useful and significant. So thank you so much to anybody that is sending me some information. I'm just going to go over a little bit of a summary, just for if there's any people. I don't think there will be, because there's only a small number at the moment, but people that might not know me. So I was in the police for 18 years. 3.5 years of that was a career break though, where we were traveling, and I was an acting police sergeant, so I took part 1 and part 2 of my exams, which meant I was able to act as a supervisor for a team of police officers, and I did that in 2000, and I think it was 2008 time. Anyway, I left the police voluntarily in 2018, and when I was a director for a company called Export Manor Freehold Limited in 2022, I started to acquire the evidence that has now led to what I'm going to be talking about, and it has led to the most hard to believe, I suppose, evidence ever imaginable, really, and particularly how it appears to be linking in with me. And the reason, what they've had is a system of international government fraud right around the world, where they've got centralized accountants, solicitors, financial advisors right around the world, all involved in an international criminal network, if you like, giving them the ability to launder money from the innocents around the world. So you have a fairly small number of people compared to the ones that aren't involved in this, that are part of this centralized criminal system. And it deliberately facilitates the laundering of money in relation to conflicts, terrorism, crimes against children, which seems to be extremely important in all of this, and the blood of the children, and organ harvesting as well, and international drug trafficking. And they've been doing it by creating criminal companies, by forging the registers for the registration system and the incorporation documents. And it is all it's all converging on the evidence of the Vatican, the Collider technology, how the cell towers link in with this, the blood of the children, all linking in with obviously the interventions you all forced to have and everything else. And it literally is the cause of all of the world's problems. It's blatantly obvious now, and the whole system has been set up around this fraud. This is why the NHS were created, the intelligence agencies, the police, the councils, the governments right around the world, all because of this. It really is that obvious now. And because it links to the Vatican, going back to the Reformation, and actually probably thousands of years of the blood element in this, they've had a long time to actually put everything in place to lead to this particular moment in time. Now, I'm very important in this, and let me just explain why I'm now starting to focus on my importance. Because the information suggests that we may have people running this system that are deliberately trying to lead the world into falsified prophecies and the end of time. Now they may believe, or the end of creation, they may believe that those prophecies have to be fulfilled because they believe they've been written and they're true, and therefore if they don't fulfill them and make it happen, then there is no creator, and that they're not fulfilling whatever role they think they might have to do, because the actual creator isn't doing what those prophecies show, are they? All right, so there's no cataclysmic event happening on the earth, and it seems as though these people believe they have to make this happen. Now, the only thing that I may be able to do to stop it, if that's the case, is to make them believe, with the evidence to support it, who I may be, which may prove that those prophecies are false. Okay, now there's two very important elements on who or groups on who I need to get this evidence out to. Those that are innocent and not part of this criminal network, and that are being victimized and exploited by the system that's in place, and those that are actually part of it. Now, arguably, it's more important for me to get information to those that are behind the system to make them realize they're being deceived, to then save the other group that I'm, that are going to be victimized by this, along with those running the system. So the reason I am focusing and risking losing some of the innocent for me, because I can understand what I'm talking about, is massive, and it's very hard for people to believe who I may be in this. But it's actually more important that I get this evidence to those that are behind the criminal system that may be trying to lead us into a falsified prophecy. So that's now why I'm starting to focus on the evidence of who I may be and risk losing people through doing that. Now, I urge all of you, do not be turned away from me by what I am saying. Okay, you need to look at the evidence that I am presenting, and the document will do that when it goes out. Some of you have got the older document, which is starting to prove it, but the next document will really be focusing on my connection in all of this. And I've got to think very tactically. Now, at the moment, none of the innocents are doing what is required. You've had people going in and giving notices, that's great, but I'm now starting to give a strategy of, you need to be escalating citizens' arrests, etc. Now, people aren't doing that. People are not doing that, everybody. So this is now very, very concerning, okay? Because if the innocents aren't going to act, and those behind the criminal system aren't going to come forward in truth, then we're now left with this system leading us into potentially the end of all of creation, I believe, whether it's through artificial intelligence or the collider technology. And I've got to think not just about the humanity, I've got to think about all of creation in all of this, billions of other life forms on this planet. And obviously the most important element is in my mind, is the innocent children in all of this. Now, they're already telling you through the news and the media now, through the Epstein files, that they are involved in some sort of element of crime against children. You're seeing it all of the time with what's going on with Keir Starmer, and yet nobody is acting. Nobody is acting. And the evidence suggests that what will happen to you, the innocents, if you don't resolve this and do something, then you will be led into an escalatory, falsified prophetic event, possibly with transhumanism, first of all, where there is revelation says that people may be trapped in a body that they can't control, so that they seek death and cannot find it. Now, the only way they'd be able to do that and lead to that point is to, for example, make many of you blind and then give you a promise of sight with some sort of chip, such as the Neuralink. And then many people will take that thinking they're going to get their sight back. And then that will then lead to the ability to actually control that body and your conscience be trapped and you not be able to do anything about it. Now, they're telling us this information. Neuralink appears to be real. It may not be, but at the moment they're telling us it's real. These other things that I'm talking about are all very, very serious concerns. So I'm now in a position of nobody's doing anything from either side. I'm stuck in the middle. There's a chance that humanity is going to be put into a transhumanistic system as well as the end of creation from that. So they're going to be tortured potentially and suffering with the prospect of having their conscience trapped in a body. This may not be too far away, everybody. And then you've got the other side that aren't willing to come forward with the truth because they're under some sort of blood oath. Now we've got to start answering the question is, should humanity be able to continue? If we can't allow children to continue being, according to the research, trafficked and used for their blood and being tortured, we can't risk the end of all of creation, which is obviously the most important element in all of this, as a complete mockery of the creator. So we've now got a position of, if people aren't going to act, nobody's going to act and do anything about it, even with all of this evidence, then the question has to be asked, well, as I've said, is it right now that there is some sort of judgment? And therefore, let's face it, it's going to be all of mankind. At the moment, looking at the evidence that I've got, nobody's doing anything. Nobody's following a strategy which is low risk, legal, peaceful, will have an effect. Nobody's doing anything about this. Okay? So then the question comes to, should humanity even be able to continue when there's so much more risk for others as well as those humans? Now, it looks as though I'm literally key to in the center of this, and potentially even, and again, you're going to have to be very open-minded. I'm going to give you some of the information later in a minute, all right? Even potentially having an influential, conclusive decision-making process on how this all ends. Now, at the moment, I'm thinking, as I've said, nobody's doing anything about the children. These people, humanity, do they deserve to carry on? Do they deserve to carry on? Now, I think this is all pointing towards the reason why my favourite movie was Terminator 2 Judgment Day, and why we're going to be looking at some of the evidence later, why I seem to be important in all of this. I know that all that needs to happen is the innocents need to start following my strategy to end this. I know that, okay? And we're going to be talking about the True Man show a bit later. True Man. The evidence is suggesting that movie may have been about me, believe it or not, okay? A true man, the man giving the truth, and my whole world being a stage and people around me because of who I may be in all of this. So anyway, let's get into some of the evidence now. There's a few different subjects I'm going to be talking about tonight. And what I actually had a private group call with a small group of people last night, because I really want people's opinions on, if I am who it looks as though I am, what is it I'm supposed to do? Because this is a huge, as you can imagine, it's a huge responsibility on me at the moment with the evidence that I'm acquiring, and on what I'm supposed to do if I'm so relevant in all of this. And I think at the moment, it's seeming to me as though I'm meant to be the person giving the evidence, giving the strategy, trying to convince people to do the right thing, both sides of this, those involved in the system, to come forward in the truth, full repentance and a commitment to change, those that aren't involved to come forward and actually follow a strategy to try and prevent it, and give that evidence. And therefore, if nothing happens, potentially I'm going to be the one, potentially, I'm not saying it's the case, but the evidence is starting to support it, that there's going to be some sort of way that I'm going to have the ability to decide on any outcome in this. Possibly. I mean, that's what the evidence is looking at, guys. I don't say anything, and I know how crazy this all sounds. Don't get me wrong, I completely understand, but I've got the evidence to support it all through a complex trail of evidence. Okay, this is evidence that's been acquired over the last 4 years. It's not just been rushed together. This is about a lot of dot joining, a lot of seeing what they do as I release the evidence, a lot of seeing what they're ignoring, okay, in relation to it, trying to find bits of evidence to support what I'm saying, and looking at all of the different possibilities and understanding, well, are they trying to distract me in one direction? And again, I think the True Man movie was in relation to me, all right? And we're going to come to that. And I think this is why some people knew that, and they were trying to get me to consider the Truman movie. Now, a lot of people were saying, we're in a dome, Gary, there's a firmament. I think they were trying to get me to realise the relevance of the Truman Show to me. That's what I think that was about. People that have been within the system that are trying to support me, but are not allowed to tell me everything. They're trying to give me these little clues to get me to identify my relevance in all of this. A dome over the Truman Show, the flat earth within it. And we're going to be, as I said, we're going to be looking at that movie. And I've done a little bit more research around it since the meeting last night. So the reason I am talking about me as likely as it may be I'm going to lose people, I need to still talk about that, all right, and show the evidence, all right, because as I've said, I'll try not to repeat myself. As I've said, they need to see the evidence. They need to see who I may be in this. Anyway, let's get to the evidence. I'm talking a lot. And I think it's important that I mention this again. I mentioned it, I think, in my last live. And this was, again, thank you to somebody else. Really, really appreciate the information coming in. And on the 19th of April, they suggested that I look at the concordance number, or the Strong's, concordance number for the letter 13 in Hebrew and Greek. And that's because my ring appears to be critical in all of this. It's a letter M, which is the 13th letter of the alphabet. So the number 13 becomes relevant. And there's many other connections to the number 13 now in relation to the Knights Templar and the real bloodline potentially of Christ in existence, which then all comes back to me in many ways. And we're going to be talking about that. So on the 19th, someone said, I look at the concordance, strong concordance number for the number 13. And it says this is my research that I did afterwards. One heading says destruction in the Hebrew mindset. The symbolic number of 13, and if you don't know what a strong concordance number is, it's within Scripture. When you see a repeat of topics, they've been able to work out through a coded system through the verses within the Bible what those strong numbers, what those numbers relate to on a topic, if that makes sense. So the 13 relates to destruction in the Hebrew mindset. It speaks of utter ruin, the kind of loss from which recovery is humanly impossible. The root idea is not momentary damage, but complete annihilation of lives, property, heritage, wiped away because of Scripture. What was that last bit? Because Scripture views human life as a stewardship under God. The thought of such irreversible loss carries moral weight. Now, this is what I've been saying, okay? So the evidence I've got, and it's very, very strong evidence, suggesting they were planning on ending all of creation. Now, as soon as you make people, through the evidence, believe there's a risk of that, in theory, everyone should be coming forward, okay? If you're getting to see evidence that everything is at stake, then your moral conscience kicks in. I mean, obviously, it should kick in with the children anyway. But if you have evidence that everything's going to be ended, then surely you need to be looking at that evidence and acting on a strategy based around that evidence. But nobody is doing it, as far as I'm aware. Even those that I am closest to in terms of who are supposedly behind me in this. So, the thought of such irreversible loss, it carries moral weight. Destruction is never merely a tragic accident, but a violation of the created order that calls for divine response. Okay, moral conscience, divine response to the threat and risk of destruction to children, definitely, to creation, absolutely. It also says in the context of the book of Esher, I think it's Esher, is it E-S-T-H-E-R? Sorry, I'm not brilliant with the scripture. The single occurrence appears to Esher's lips as she pleads with King Ahasuerus. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing these wrong. How can I bear to see the disaster that would befall my people? How can I bear to see the destruction of my kindred? In Esher 8-6. In the storyline, Haman's irrevocable decree has placed every Jew in the empire under sentence of death. Escher uses the symbol for 13 to name the horrifying end that awaits if the edict stands. The word crystallizes the stakes of her intercession. Either God overturns the decree or covenant people face total eradication. Under theological dimensions, it mentions the covenant of faithfulness. To speak of Israel's destruction is to question whether God's promises can fail. In Genesis 12:2, Jeremiah 31:35, Escher's prayerful appeal, therefore, becomes an appeal to God's steadfast love underlying those promises. Number 2, under that heading of theological dimensions, it says human agency within providence. Although the narrative never overtly mentions the name of God, Escher's courage and Mordecai's counsel are instruments through which divine providence thwarts destruction. We'll come to, I'm going to sort of go through what I think some of this means in a minute. So highlights what would happen if God's hidden hand did not move, i.e. God's hidden hand of destruction and judgment upon man did not move and take place. That's how I read that, Number 3, under the theological side of things, judgment versus mercy. In other texts, the idea of destruction can represent righteous judgment upon sin, which is what I was talking about earlier. If we've got sin and everyone's going to continue to ignore it, everyone's going to continue to be part of a system that creates the suffering towards children and humanity and then leads into all of destruction, is that judgment therefore right that those people are removed from the existence to safeguard creation? In Jeremiah, I mentioned that, sorry. where do we get to? Judgment verse. In other texts, the idea of destruction can represent righteous judgment upon sin. In Deuteronomy, it says that. In Esher, however, the threatened destruction is unjust, reminding readers that God who judges also protects the innocent and reverses unrighteousness decrees. Now, this is exactly what I've been thinking about the judgment upon man. Now, if humanity, which it appears they have been deceived through the criminal network that has removed their rationality and therefore removed their moral conscience and therefore separated from them from the Creator to slide into sin, then how can you truly judge those people by destruction and taking their lives? It just would not seem fair, because they do not know what they're doing. As it says in the Bible, it says something about do unto them what's the the word, well, I can't remember, I haven't got it, can't think what it is. But now the evidence is here for everyone to see the evidence and use their moral conscience to act on that. Does that therefore exist? I'm starting to now believe, well, should humanity carry on if they're not even going to do anything with the evidence? They're not even going to carry out a strategy with somebody that's given them the strategy with the evidence to stop the suffering. Then therefore you come back to, well, therefore is not the divine judgment correct upon man? And it's looking as though all of man at the moment, it's looking as though man could be and women could be completely eradicated. And is that right? I'm now starting to think, well, nobody's acting, nobody's doing anything. What's the consequences if they're not removed? Well, we continue into suffering of the most innocent. We continue and we end up causing potentially the destruction of billions of other life forms on this earth as well, which we cannot forget about. And obviously we've taken it for granted. Intercessory concern and ministry implications is another heading for it. This is all about the number 13. It says, Escher's question, how could I bear, models the Christ-like heart that feels another's peril as its own. The church is called to carry such burdens. In Galatians 6:2 it says, standing in the gap for peoples threatened by spiritual or physical ruin. Her example encourages vigilant awareness of looming decrees. Encourages bold access to authority in prayer and advocacy. A willingness, this is important, very important, a willingness to risk comfort, position, and even life for those at risk, for those on the brink of destruction. At the moment, it seems nobody is willing to risk their comfort, their position, and their life for the innocent. Prophetic and eschatological echoes. Across Scripture, the ultimate alternative to destruction is salvation in the day of the Lord. Escher's deliverance foreshadows the final rescue when God's enemies are overthrown and every decree of death is overturned. The word, the number for 13 in Hebrew, thus becomes a marker of the cosmic conflict between death and life. In Christological perspective, Jesus Christ confronts humanity's deepest eternal separation from God. Which is what I'm talking about, the separation through the moral conscience. We've all slipped into sin at some time or another, even if it's just speaking to someone in a way you wouldn't normally because you've had too much to drink. And it overcomes it at the cross. Now, the crucifix, the cross, could have always been a lie representing the cross of the true mark of the bloodline of Christ. And we're going to be coming into the X is important in all of this. And the saying of we have been double crossed, which someone has been telling me about. So thank you to those. And that would make sense. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. It says in John 10:11, by taking destruction upon himself, he secures an irreversible salvation. Practical application for the church today, it says, keep watch about against cultural edicts and devalue life or suppresses gospel witness. We have devalued life massively. Look at how we all kill animals just indiscriminately. We think nothing of them. I watched a video, and you're going to think I'm being petty, but there was something popped up on my TikTok, and it was Freddie Starr, very funny man, no longer with us, I believe, and he picked up a load of maggots, and he just, now whether they were real maggots or not, he threw them into the audience. Now they are life. They are life. They are a creation of the Creator. Complete lack of value. Now you're going to say, well, they're only a maggot, or you're going to say it's only a fly, or you're going to say it's only this. Look what it just said in there. Beware of and this is the system has done this to us, everybody. The system or edicts that devalues life or suppresses gospel witness. Respond with truth and sacrificial love. Engage governmental and social structures as Escher did, believing God can reverse policies that lead to destruction. Absolutely. Can this be reversed? Yes, even if the scripture says so, 100%. I believe the scripture has probably been, like I've said, written to enable possibly as a deception, but to enable this ability for humanity through free will of choice to either choose to save themselves or allow themselves to be destroyed and face eternal judgment for that choice. Anchor hope, not in human maneuvering, but in the covenant, keeping God who turns threatened ruin into rejoicing. So I found that very, very important in everything that's coming. This is exactly what I've been saying. Here's the evidence. Here, you need to look at the evidence if you don't believe it. You then need to look at the strategy around that evidence, and you need to act. If you're not going to be willing to act, then be ready to face your judgment. And I believe it could be eternal judgment for everybody in this at the moment. It's looking as though all of humanity at the moment, based on what I'm looking at, all of humanity is going to face eternal potential damnation over this, everyone. And I'm sorry if you're not, you may not believe in a creator, and nobody's forcing anyone to believe anything in this. And like I said in my last live stream, I believe it really is a choice on what you choose to believe, and I think that's been done deliberately by the creator. So you get to a point of a question where there's either science can't explain it, or they try to, but it does still, it doesn't make sense, or it could be a creator, and you're at that point and you decide at every opportunity to say, well, it's not a creator. Then you're making that choice to separate yourself from the creator, and in doing so you ultimately run the risk of, if you're under that mindset when you leave this life, then possibly you may face eternal consequences for that. The evidence to me is blatantly obvious that there's a creator, just through nature and life itself, and through the design within nature, along with many other things that I believe shows that there is a creator. And as I said the other night, many of you now will probably, even if you were to ask yourself, well, those of you don't believe in a creator, and I didn't want to make this about a religious discussion, so please forgive me, and I will move on to the evidence. But if I was to say to you, what is it you want to see that will prove there's a creator to you? Now, many of you may say, well, we need a big figure of a man to stand over us and tell us he's the creator. Most of you will probably think that was done by the government with Project Bluebeam or something like that. You will make an excuse, not all of you, but many of you would still make an excuse to believe that it wasn't the creator. So I think the creator knows that. So he's given us the evidence through your moral conscience, okay, to believe in the creator through the moral conscience and through nature. But it has been separated. Remember, we've been separated through irrationality, and therefore separating moral conscience and therefore the creator. Right, anyway, let's get into... So that is why I'm focusing on the evidence that suggests who I may be in all of this, because it may be the only thing that convinces them to stop what they are doing if everyone else that's innocent isn't going to do anything in this. And at the end of the day, I don't care what people think about me, of course. I wouldn't be saying these incredibly hard to believe things if I was worried about what people thought about me. So I'm going to start with this evidence. There's lots of other stuff around my ring. So my ring linking to Rome, linking to the COVID situation, immediately linking to the intelligence agencies from my ring, to the person that introduced me to my wife, to the police officer that was involved in a fake non-molestation in order to try and stop me having contact. From my ring, this is linking to a document produced at the time of the Vatican being in conflict, how it is going to integrate with the modern world. Okay, all coming in from my ring, and loads more other stuff as well. So I've already mentioned that. Remember, it's the letter M, which is the 13th letter of the alphabet, and the 13th becomes relevant to the capture, it seems, and subsequent torture and murder of the Grand Master of the Knights Templar in 1307. And it looks as though, from the evidence, the Knights Templar were trying to hide the true bloodline of Christ on earth, and the Vatican and the religious establishment didn't like it, obviously, because they wanted religion to be implemented, because it would allow the ability to manipulate and control humanity. We hear it at the time, and I'm getting all the comments all the time. Gary, just wait for Jesus. Jesus is going to come. Everything's going to be all right. That's exactly what those behind this criminal system want you to believe, is that you don't need to act, that Donald Trump's coming, or that Jesus is going to come. And no, you have your moral conscience. You have eyes, you have ears, you have hands to act. And you have the ability through the evidence and a responsibility through that creator to actually act on this in the right way. And the infiltration of the three main Abrahamic faiths is now very obvious. The integration of the blood of the children into those three Abrahamic faiths. You've only got to look at the within Christianity, the Eurochrist, or the Holy Communion, which represents you drinking the blood of Christ and eating Christ's body. What a mockery of Christ. A complete mockery. Why would you eat the body of something that you are worshipping, or you are, looking at as inspiration? It's the ultimate mockery, the ultimate inversion. And I think this now then relates to, and then we have to consider how that possibly is mirrored within the children being eaten, and the blood of the children, because they are the closest to Jesus Christ, if you like, or Christ, and the closest to righteousness. And this explains, I think, why you've got this statue in Bern in Switzerland of an actual person eating babies. And that was going right back to I think it was the 15th century, I can't remember. That's in Bern, and it actually means something along the lines of the eater of little children. That's what they called it. And they actually called it that. Guess when they called it that name? In 1966, which is the year of the foundation of the Church of Satan. At Exbourne Manor, where my investigation began, they removed the names, they added names, that then led to me finding further evidence. After they forged the register, they then rectified that forgery, and it revealed to me a connection to the Satanic Temple United Kingdom, to the Flemings, who were the ones that initiated my removal, and I linked to the NHS, everybody, and therefore the blood of the children and the blood taken from the innocents, and the JP Morgan tying in now through Exbourne Manor into Satanic Temple United Kingdom. From my ring, just quickly, it also led to a document immediately from my ring to the bloodline of the Illuminati. And it talks about, in that document, the 13th bloodline, number 13 again. And the 13th bloodline apparently held the blood of Christ, but also the blood of Christ's brother, Lucifer. So in other words, righteousness and sin within the same bloodline. So we're seeing this split. And if I'm bloodline, if maybe I'm part of the 13th bloodline from that, if that's true, then that would explain why I'm literally in the middle here, giving the evidence and getting both sides, the innocents and those involved, to try and do the right thing before the judgment upon all of humanity that may be required. So anyway, just a bit of evidence about me personally. I haven't mentioned it previously, but prior to joining the police, or I might have mentioned it previously, prior to joining the police in 2000, I'd worked as a security officer as what at the time it was called the Checkers Centre. Now that's very Freemasonic in itself, okay, with the checkered floors. And I started working there in around 1997 or 1998. On the morning of the 20th of April, so a couple of days ago, I was awoken after I'd had a dream regarding that job. Now, I've never dreamt about that job as far as I can remember before, and I'm now getting lots of dreams. Okay, there's lots of things coming to me that is now giving me triggers to then research the evidence to see what that dream meant. And so this is why I'm telling you about this next bits of evidence, because I had that dream. Research shows that the mall, it was in Maidstone in Kent, which makes links into the Maidstone's really relevant to the Cray twins that appear to be involved hugely in this criminal network. And I suspect they were being directed by those linked to the Vatican, okay, from the Italian mafia, which ties back in with the falsified prophecies element. Research shows that the mall in Maidstone was originally known as the Stoneborough Centre. Subsequently, it became the Checkers Shopping Centre and then the Mall Checkers. It's covered shopping centre in Maidstone in Kent, the county town of Kent, where I was working in the police after that. Okay, I was working in Kent Police from 2000 until 2006. There's a lot of information about the building. I won't worry about that bit particularly. The mall in Maidstone was built in 1976. This is the year before I was born. And this leads into the St. Puy X, okay? X, again, remember, when I'm talking about X, I'm now starting to believe that it's relating to the bloodline of Christ, okay? St. Puy X began in 1970, and it had an initial 6-year time scale. That was created by somebody called Marcel Lefebvre, or Lefebvre, who was somebody within the Vatican trying to oppose the modernization of the Vatican, which would be leading us into artificial intelligence, into Scientology, etc., with the science of the CERN and all of that other stuff, leading into potentially the end of all of creation. So it had a 6-year initial period. Well, that would take you to 1976. Okay, from 1970. 1976, the year right before I was born, 1976 is when Apple began, the company, and it had the Isaac Newton emblem or symbol, first of all, with an apple falling from the tree. I now suspect that was representing Adam and Eve. And then it changed its symbol in 1977 twice. The year I was supposedly born, it had the apple, normal apple with the rainbow colours, and then it had the apple with a bite out of it by the end of the year. Now, there's other evidence in relation to Apple, but that also links into Steve Jobs, who came up on my research yesterday. Can't remember what it was, so it might be in what I'm showing you tonight. I'm a bit mindful of being hours tonight, so I'll try my best. Anyway, the building was built in 1976, which was, as I said, a year before I was born. And the 7-storey block on the top, named Stoneborough House in the 1990s. The shopping centre was rebranded as Checkers Shopping Centre to coincide with the works on the main entrances and the refurbishment work that was on at the time. The office block above retained its name. This is all pretty boring stuff. However, a bit more personal to me. So in one of the first buildings, where was it? Where did I see that? Sorry. Because it becomes relevant to what I'm going to be telling you in a minute. Oh yeah, here we go. So the centre opened initially with a Sainsbury's supermarket, which closed and relocated to a separate building immediately east of the bus station in 2000. So that's the year that I joined the police. After I left this organisation as a security officer, they moved to Sainsbury's. Now, Sainsbury's is where I met my first ever girlfriend, okay, called Rachel Baggerly. And Rachel hopefully is going to be seeing this. And she now becomes very, very relevant to the evidence, which supports that they have always been watching me, okay, and that everyone in my life has been positioned as an actor around me. And then this would make sense then why I'm connected to the Honourable Society of the Knights of the Round Table that originally began in 1720, and that was set up by actors in relation to King Arthur, okay. So it now looks as though most people, I won't say everybody, but most people in my life are involved at the very heart of all of this, okay? So this is going back before I even knew about the fraud, everybody, all right? I never knew about any of the fraud until 2022. So it's suggesting that there was something about me that was being focused on by, it's looking like international governments before I even knew about the fraud. So let's have a look at the evidence. So Rachel Bagley was my first girlfriend's name. She also had the name Owen linked into her family. Well, Owen is the name of Stephen Owen, who was the managing agent for Exmoor Manor 3.5 hours ago away, years later, okay, which is linked to Jimmy Savile, where they staged for me to go into that building to become part of that organisation, okay, which I had no part in any of the crime, never been a Freemason, and they deliberately positioned me and put me with my girlfriend, okay, so they basically introduced us, and we ended up getting together later. And just, I mean, it's mind-blowing where this is going to lead. So now the Stephen Owen, the same surname, is linked to the Russian government in all of this, all right, which proves there's an international collaboration around the governments now linking into me in many, many ways, everybody. This is an international connection now to me. Believe it or not, I've got the evidence to support it. So, you know, we've got to ask the question, why? Why are the world government leaders all interested in me? Why is Elon Musk connected to me in multiple ways? Why is David Icke connected to all three of my families? Why is the royal family? Why am I linked immediately to the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales? Rachel's father was called Christopher Bagley, and he had held, I remember when we were together, he held a senior position in another Sainsbury's store in Maidstone. But an internet search for him from the last few days shows it's him, because I can see a picture of him connected to a company called In Time Profit, and an address of Greenhithe Merchant Navy College, and an address of Rochester in Kent. So this was in Maidstone, where I was with Rachel, okay, where we met. I was living in, I lived in Maidstone for a little bit in Knight Rider Street. That's probably going to be very relevant. And I've actually seen the address, Knight Rider Street, coming up at certain points in the research as well. And my dad lived in Rochester at the time, and my mum was living in Rainham at the time, which is not too far away. So we have this Rochester connection to him. And we have this Navy connection. Now, this immediately creates a relevant connection, because Ian Fleming was in the Navy. He's linked to Portsmouth. And then you also have Chatham Dockyards, which was near me, which links to Charles Dickens and all of this, which then becomes very relevant to me, believe it or not, okay? So Charles Dickens's parents were living in Hampshire originally. His father was in the Navy at Portsmouth Docks, so therefore he would have known Ian Fleming. They then moved, when Charles Dickens was 5 years old, to Chatham, where I was born in Kent. And, oh, you've got a bag, it's a Bagley, not Bagley, Bagley, Vanessa said. And then, so he moved there initially with his parents. He then worked at Chatham Dockyards. Well, this is where my friend was living on St Mary's Island, who I believe is a descendant of J.P. Morgan at St Mary's Island, right near Chatham Dockyards. And he has refused to confirm that he's not part of J.P. Morgan or connected to J.P. Morgan. Now, if he is, which the evidence is suggesting he is, then that creates the link back to the Flemings, 3.5 hours away, back to Dorset. Okay, in Dorset, where I had no connection whatsoever when I moved. Anyway, I'm a bit mindful of trying to get too confusing with this, so I'm just going to try and stick to what I was reading. So anyway, and you're going to hear how relevant this is. So an internet search shows that picture of him. I know it's him, and we have this Navy connection from it, and we have a link to Chatham. A Companies House search shows In Time Profit LLP, the same company that's on the LinkedIn for him with his picture. The father of my first girlfriend had been incorporated in August 2010, which is 3 months before CERN Limited had been incorporated. Okay, CERN Limited will be relating to the Large Hadron Collider. It has an address of Chatham Maritime, making a link to the Chatham dockyards there, which I've just told you about, close to where my friend Adrian Morgan lives, etc. Linking in with who I suspect is the descent of JP Morgan and Charles Dickens, as I've said, and the Navy connection. Peter Alexander and Morby Bolton connects this company to 7 companies, including Copper Bottom Investments Limited, that have been incorporated in 2016 and has an address in Sittingbourne in Kent, which is not far from key members of my family and my members of my friend, who will link straight to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales on the incorporation document. Terence Hewitt connects Copper Bottom Investments Limited to 27 companies, including Moat Vintners, 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 which becomes relevant. That had been incorporated in 2015 and has a Hilden Park Accountants of an address in Tunbridge, Kent on its incorporation document. Vintners Taylor is an important company linked to the De Reyes and therefore Exbourne Manor, as shown elsewhere and linking to the Vatican. Now, the De Reyes are important because the company that they created after they staged my introduction to Exbourne Manor, they then created the company Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited in 2007, and it was created by an Anthony De Rey and a Diana Betts, who is a phlebotomist for the NHS. The De Rey name connects directly into the Vatican, okay? Directly into the Vatican. And they link to the BBC by Mishcon De Rey. They also link to the, and I think we mentioned the connections into Mishcon De Rey later in this research, so I won't go into that too much. Terence Hewitt connects Copper Bottom Investments Limited to 27 companies, including, I've mentioned that. Sorry. Robert Thomas Lench connects Vintners Limited, or Vintners, that company what we just mentioned. Where is it? Vintners Moat Limited, or whatever it was, to 11 companies, including the Invicta Film Partnership number 4 LLP. Now, the Invicta Film Partnership companies make immediate links now into the intelligence agencies, into the Satanic Temple United Kingdom, references to the Satanic Cube, which means the cube of Saturn, and therefore the infiltration of the 3 main Abrahamic faiths. This is immediately now being linked in, and that's via Kash Patel, who was positioned by Donald Trump in 2025, connects into these organizations via this, and it links to the Goldsmiths family, and the Goldsmiths are massively linked into the Rothschilds. So this is now already creating a critical connection, and you're just going to see where this goes, and it's really quite mind-blowing from here. From this, referring back to Hewitt, they also connect to the, you also get a connection from that to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, my upbringing again from that. Referring back to Hewitt, they also connect to Oaks Business Village Management Company, Chatham, in brackets Limited, have been incorporated in 1994 and has an address of Medway City Estate, Rochester. This is very close to where I'd been living with my father, and it had been a criminal company, had been incorporated with the exact same companies as Exbourne Manor, 3.5 hours away where my investigation began, even though I didn't know anybody down there whatsoever. There are various Raynham and Whitstable connections throughout the directors, which makes connections to other members of my family. Mark Roger Robinson connects Copper Bottom Investments Limited to 41 companies, which includes Flint Engineering Limited. Very quickly from there, you're hitting Genius Film Partners 2. I'm trying to get to the really critical bits in a minute. Referring back to In Time Profit, so we're just going back to right where we were from my first girlfriend's father to Tracy Louise Bolton connects this company to In Time Security Limited. In Time Security Limited. And that had been incorporated as Quantum Kent. Now, quantum technology, if it's even real, links into the CERN side of things as well. But this was called Quantum Kent Limited in June 2002, which is the year after the World Trade Center disaster, before its name was changed 3 months later. The company has temple secretaries and 788 to 790 Finchley Road in the People Record, making an immediate connection to Carter and Coley, the accountant for Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, 3.5 hours away where my investigation began years later, everybody. Now, that's not a great connection because there's thousands of company links to that address. However, it does create that connection to the accountant. There are security and fire companies and crime-related companies all the way around here via the directors, suggesting a possible link to police and Freemasons. The filing history shows a number there, which I couldn't find yesterday, but I've now found it. Anyway, let me go forward a little bit because I just want to get to the main bits. we have a link here to an Ambient Planet Limited that has a connection to PNC Limited. Well, PNC is the acronym for the Police National Computer. This is coming in all from, as I've said, my wife, my former girlfriend's father. So we have this police connection. The incorporation document shows Lansdowne Row, with the Lansdowne being relevant to Exbourne Manor and the Honourable Society of the Knights of the Round Table, all right, which we actually come to specifically in a bit with the evidence that relates to me and Charles Dickens. And it relates to Charles Dickens because the Honourable Society of the Knights of the Round Table that was set up in 1720, that links to my former school, Charles Dickens was a member of that organisation. I think he was one of the first. It also has Legal Secretaries Limited and Legal International that has an address in Fareham in Hampshire. So now bear in mind this is from Kent. We now have a link back into Fareham, Hampshire, which is where Deborah Fleming had been the NHS Chief Executive that resigned from that role, or retired from that role, to become involved in my inquiries in Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. A separate search suggests that Legal International Company at the time has been removed, but another company had been incorporated with the same name in May 2016 and has a registered address of Kemp House, 160 City Road, London, that connects to the World Trade Centre Limited Company immediately into Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited by Property Solutions Southern, which is the new management company for the building, and it leads to the office where I was working as the only beat bobby for an area, because I was a beat bobby for a while in a particular part of Bournemouth. And it leads to that actual office where I used to go and have teas and coffees every now and then on my patch, okay, from that company, the World Trade Centre, what was it called? World Trade Centre Limited. I'm just thinking to skip forward a little bit. Oh, yeah, this is important. Oh, I have to put my phone on. So we have sugar. Sorry. I'm just going to have a look at the comments for a minute. I don't want to be just somebody I just end up talking all the time. I'm just going to see if there's any specific things I need to answer here. Yeah, it's almost certain that my whole life has been being watched, and everything's been staged in my life. Currently debating it with the offering of, but not engaging it. Okay. We're going to get to some really, really critical stuff in a minute where this leads, and it very quickly leads to it, because all I'm doing is going back, looking a while in another director. So it's all in the same area of research, everyone. You need to understand this. And there's over 5 million registered companies on the Companies House record. So it's not going to be a coincidence. There's too many things, way too much. And you're going to see some very, very relevant connections as we go. I've just got to try and find where I was now, because I've come off the screenshot. Yeah, so a search for, there was a number related to it, 60317, had also revealed Morgan Benjamin Limited. So this was where within the address, it had just a number, 60317, followed by an address. So I did a search on that number, and it led to it also revealed a company called Morgan Benjamin Limited. So the exact address and code that they were using before the address as well links to this organisation from what I've just been telling you. And it's Morgan Benjamin Limited. And on the incorporation document, it shows Charles and Co. Okay, Charles and Co. Well, you can imagine what this is going to lead to. Okay, and the company Charles and Co. on there had an address in Wales, and it also has Waterloo on the incorporation document. It's actually Waterloo Legal and Company Services that had already previously connected very quickly to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. Waterloo is the organisation. If I just explain this, because this is very important to understand this. This is why Hampshire in Kent, in the south of England, is of worldwide significance in all of this. And that is because in 1711, an organisation called Portals began to be founded, and it was a paper producer, and it became the main currency producer for the Bank of England in 1724, okay, in Hampshire, in the south of England, where my investigations become relevant, because it's where Deborah Fleming was the chief executive officer. That organisation started printing for the Bank of England in 1724, and then in 1995, in fact, that's very, very important. So Bank of it started producing for I've just realised the importance on the date. 1724, Bank of England, it starts producing for. I'm 90% sure 1725 is when a battle took place in the north of America at Jason Russell's house as part of the American Civil War. Now that was in New Hampshire. Evidence suggests that colonists left Hampshire in the south of England and went to Northern America, where this conflict began, and that they called it New Hampshire after Hampshire in the south of England. That's how important this area is, where my investigations began, everyone. And it is because, almost certainly now, because of Portals, that original company started to produce the world currency production, which I'll come on to in a minute. So you had the American Civil War then with these colonists from Hampshire, and that involved the Russells. Russells links into the international drug trafficking supply, which links to the Flemings. And the drug trafficking supply will allow the, or give the ability to run the blood element, okay, the illegal trade in blood of children and blood harvesting from the innocents in underneath and within the international drug chain supply. And the Flemings connect to my research of the Russell and Co. international drug opium supply from China. Right, so this now explains, and it's very important to understand the blood element, the blood trade, and why this is so important, because it's almost guaranteed from my evidence, or they've set it up for me as a deception. However, there's too much evidence, and why would they expose themselves to it, that they are, what they're doing, the whole system is set up to harvest from the innocent. So make you ill, so you go to the hospitals so they can take your blood and use that blood in the extension of life for a select few. This is all tying into vampirism, believe it or not. There's lots of evidence on that, and I'll come to that a bit later maybe. In fact, no, I'll mention it quickly now whilst I'm thinking of it. And if you haven't already looked at Varney the Vampire, then you need to go and look at that. Type in Varney the Vampire. You'll see that a guy that created Varney the Vampire was called Edward Lloyd. And Edward Lloyd, in fact, I'm going to come to him later because it becomes relevant through the Company's House record. So, but we have this absolute connection to the trade of the blood from the innocents being harvested, and the whole system appearing to be set up primarily, it looks like, for the blood of the innocents, okay, to harvest the blood, harvest the organs, and use that to extend the lives of those that are actually too scared to die because they have no belief system in this. But we'll come to that a little bit later. So we have this Charles and Co. Limited, and when you search it, it comes up with Charles and Co. Limited have been incorporated on the 12th of October 2010, just over a month before CERN Limited was created, and it dissolved on the 13th of August 2013, after CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson, or God particle. It has information technology as its nature, potentially linking in with the CERN technology, and Brendan Clive Charles, born 1952, is the only name in the people record for this company. You're going to see how this actually links to the royal family in a second. You're going to see some connections. A separate search shows a Brendan Charles, born 1972, connected to BPC Solutions Limited, that had been incorporated in June 2016. Now, remember, there's no verification. They're still allowing everybody. Nobody's stopping this. Nobody is stopping the international laundering system in relation to the blood of the children. This is why they have created a verification process which is a forgery. They're allowing criminal organisations to verify criminal organisations' details and then say to the government they verified the details. I've got the evidence proving this, okay? So there is no verification taking place. That tells us no one is stopping this, all right? They are carrying on. That allows the laundering to take place through the falsification of the and the non-verification of the companies that are now in control of the world, everyone. This is not stopping unless you do something about it or they come forward with full disclosure of the truth. We are heading towards the end of creation, all right? If one way or another, if you do not address this and they do not come forward with the truth, then there's either going to be a judgment or there's going to be the on those that are involved in this, or the all of creation is going to end, and we're in serious trouble, everybody. Everything is at stake. Someone's put, look up in Hebrew, it's a stake. Okay, thank you. I'll screenshot that. So a separate search for this name, as I've said, it links to BPC Solutions Limited that have been incorporated in June 2016. The incorporation document shows an address of Union Street in Rochester in Kent. Now I checked it on Google Maps and that is literally right by an address of Star Hill in Rochester, near where I was living with my father. But why that is so important is because it's right next to the connection to me via a Waterman offshore company to the Knights Templar location from the 13th century, everybody. So that is coming in from this Charles and Co. Okay, right by it on Google Maps. The incorporation document shows an address, as I said, Union Street, that links to these connections right by where I was living. As I said, I was living there with my dad, very close to that as well. The filing history shows that this address was removed from its registered address on the filing history in August 2017. So this is after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed. And very importantly, remember, this is Charles and Co. Limited, which was shown on the previous research from my ex-girlfriend's father. We have Churchill, Knight and Associates of an address of Potter's Bar. Churchill, Knight and Associates. We'll come to that in a minute. BPC, the name of this company, is a similar acronym used for Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council. It's just switched one of the letters where I was living at the time and where my investigations began. Churchill, Knights and Associates Limited had been incorporated on the 21st of July 1998 whilst I was in Kent. Its filing history shows that its registered address was changed from a different Potter's Bar address on the 27th of November 2025, and then again to a default Company's House registered address in March 2026, so very, very recently, as I continued the exposure. So they're realising I'm starting to get to the truth of all of this. Remember, true man. All right, there's no coincidence, everybody. The building they introduced me to was called X-Bourne Manor. If you swap that round, Born X Manor, X again, bloodline of Christ. It's no coincidence, everybody. The X of that sign, we had a sign outside of the building. I only established this a few days ago. I was like, wow, now that makes sense. The X kept falling off of the sign. It was like a plastic big word of X-Bourne Manor. The X kept falling off. Well, it fell off at least once. I was working as a carpenter with my dad before I joined the police, as well as a security officer, okay, and I'd done a bit of carpentry whilst I was in X-Bourne Manor, and it included me putting that X back up on the building. How, I mean, it's incredible. If I am who it appears I am, just what's the chance of that? An X-Bourne. And remember, it was in Christchurch Road. I then ended up living in Christchurch in 2010, the year before the Christchurch earthquake. And Christchurch is twinned with Christchurch, where I live. The name of the church that my nan and granddad, that Lisa's supposed nan and granddad went to, is called Christchurch, where I got the ring from. Who was the granddad that went to that church where we were going for a while. And Christchurch is the name of the school, or the church, sorry, of the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry that links directly to CERN Limited. It connects directly to Peter Mandelson, which means everything you're seeing on the news at the moment in relation to Keir Starmer, and it connects directly in to the research of the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry, like I just said, the blood of the children, and to CERN Limited, to Jeffrey Epstein via the research of Peter Mandelson, all connecting in to this and back into me. So, what else do we have it? Oh yeah, so this company, Churchill, okay, so it's called Churchill Knight and Associates Limited, that had already been connected to Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. The actual records for them and their company that they set up called Archwell, okay, that connects to them. So therefore, the child's name that we had, it looks as though they used a fake name for Childs, or created some sort of reference check through the records from my my former girlfriend's father connecting. So this now all links in to me and shows that they were always watching me and surrounded me with actors. This would explain why in 2006, when I moved from from Kent to Dorset, not knowing anyone at all, my father, his company was created with the exact same companies as Exball Manor Freehold Limited, 3.5 hours away, even though I didn't even have anything to do with Exball Manor Freehold Limited at that point. I didn't move into the building and buy it until 2007. Okay, so that meant my father was in on it. My mother was already in on it. I've already connected my mother via her employee to Exball Manor immediately via the research. She was linked to the NHS, which again creates back to the Flemings. Okay, so it's now possible that both my father and my mother were not my real parents. I don't know. I mean, I look like my father, didn't look like my mother much, and this would explain why my mother literally wouldn't even look at any of the evidence and just completely disowned me and threw me under the bus, saying I'm suffering from mental health issues and that I need to be on medication. Unbelievable. It was clear from that point, this is big. My mum's, who I was led to believe was my mum, is probably not even going to be my mum. And remember, they're linked to the Julian Assange via the research, the Doomsday Cult, all three of my families. And in the article in relation to the family, it was called The Family, tied into the Doomsday Cult with Julian Assange, it talks about, even though it was in Australia, it had properties in Kent, okay, which makes sense. And the other thing now that makes sense is why, when you come in from my, bearing in mind what I've told you about the Honourable Society of the Knights of the Round Table, set up in 1720 by actors, okay, when you come in from my mum's employer, you then hit massive connections to Hollywood. Ridley Scott, one of the biggest directors in Hollywood, Gladiator movie, for example, connects to my mum's employee. And his brother, Tony Scott, was born in Chatham, the same town that I was born. So now this is making sense why I'm linked to the Honourable Society of the Knights of the Round Table via my school. You see, it's now all making sense. So it was all staged around me because of who it seems I am. When you come in from my father's side, my father and my mother separated when I was around 11. His accountant connects into Hollywood as well. And you're talking Eon Productions as well, which is the main production company for the James Bond movies, which then makes the connection back into the Flemings, 3.5 hours away, where I didn't know anybody. All right, so all of this is being documented, everybody. You know, you may want to say Gary's a nutter or whatever. It's there. It's there to look at and prove and verify. Now, I urge you to get behind me and get behind this evidence. All right, there's a serious risk of, if people don't start believing in me and start following my strategy, that there is going to be nothing left for all of humanity. If they don't come out and say the truth, as I said earlier, and you don't do anything about this, then it's looking as though I'm going to be part of some sort of judgment situation. And I think even if I was taken out, I think they realise even if I'm taken out in this, it won't make any difference. You're not going to have the person in place that then needs to be able to continue to be in place after this is all resolved. Because, you know, when you, I mean, I know how huge this is sounding, but just look at bearing in mind I've just told you about the rings, okay, my ring a little bit, and I acquired that via my wife's grandfather, who I now don't believe was her grandfather at all, and that it looks as though they planted a little bit of evidence for me to work that out, that they were all actors around me. And anyway, the other thing I didn't mention is, from my ring you also hit QAnon, a company called QAnon, okay. very, very quickly. QAnon is the same name as the supposed underground operation going on in relation to resolving all of the international child trafficking. Where was I going to go with that? From the Ring. Okay, so yeah, I researched The Lord of the Rings. The movies came out. First one was Fellowship of the Ring in the year 2001, which was the year of the World Trade Center disaster. The second movie came out. It was called The Two Towers, after the Two Towers in the World Trade Center disaster. The third movie came out. It was called The Return of the King. The books were written and published in 1954 to 1955. That's the same year that CERN was founded. Okay, it was originally founded in 1954. CERN Limited, the company on Companies House, was created in 2010 in November. It dissolved after I was exposing it in 2024. But the books were written and came out in 1954 when CERN was founded. The person that wrote those books, J.R.R. Tolkien, lived after retirement in Bournemouth, and he died in Bournemouth. Okay, that's not going to be a coincidence, everybody. Not only that, but he was a regular guest staying at the Miramar Hotel, which is on the Eastcliff area of Bournemouth. That is right near Jimmy Savile's property that he had linking to Exbourne Manor, where my investigation began. J.R.R. Tolkien was regularly there from the 1950s, staying at that hotel until 1972. 1972 is the year that Jimmy Savile bought the flat in that building, right, that's connected to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. That is also connected to the royal family and is also connected to JFK's family, John F. Kennedy's family. Now, during my early investigations at Exbourne Manor, one of the directors called Alan May. If you go and type in Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited Company's House, you'll see Alan May's name on the incorporation document. During my initial investigations, he claims to have owned a property within the building where Jimmy Savile had owned one. Now, I didn't even know about that until later, about that property that he owned it's called Elizabeth Court. Anyway, during my initial inquiries, Alan May also had connections to the Miramar Hotel, and he arranged a meeting when I was trying to establish what was going on at the Miramar Hotel, where J.R.R. Tolkien had been a regular visitor, who wrote The Lord of the Rings. And then they gave me the ring, which appears to be linking into the salvation of all of humanity through the bloodline evidence. If we go back into the research of this, so we now have the connection to Prince Harry and Meghan Markle from my former girlfriend's father. Enrique Renito Andrade Concalves connects Churchill Knights Associates. This is the company that links to the Royals and from, as I've said earlier, to Maggie Group Limited, MAGI Group Limited, that had been incorporated as Maggie JGG Limited on the 7th of November 2022. So this is as I'm making the inquiries, Exbourne Manor, and escalating the inquiries, and this is literally days after Elon Musk wore a Baphomet, which is the symbol for the Church of Satan. And in 2022 is when everything started to change to X, everybody. That's when he started changing Twitter to X. This is Elon Musk we're talking about. He then later called his child X. And as we know, we've got Space X, and you've got lots of other X's. I now suspect it was me that triggered that because of the X and the bloodline of Christ. And we're going to be talking about more connections into the X as we go along this evening. So anyway, coming in from, we have this Maggie Group, 7th of November 2022. It was created not long after Elon Musk, as I said, wore the Baphomet costume, representing the Church of Satan, before its name was changed for the only time on the 28th of November 2024. As I was starting to expose the evidence and continue the exposure, What does Maggie mean in Bible context? Well, I thought I'd researched it. I tried looking. There's Maggie companies around here. There's also other, not MAGA, but Magus, stuff like that. So I thought, I wonder if there's any relevance. Well, in Bible context, Maggie gives a quote and connects to a verse from the Bible, or a connection in the Bible. It says they arrived in Jerusalem seeking the king of the Jews during Herod's reign, which is generally dated around 37 BC, 4 BC. They bought gifts, worshipped Jesus, and left via a different route to avoid Herod. The Magi, often called the three wise men or three kings, are the priestly, as you know, scholarly travellers from the east who, according to the Gospel of Matthew, followed a star to visit the infant Jesus, bearing gifts of God, frankincense and myrrh. They represent the first Gentiles to recognize Jesus as the king. Now, reading this is going to become even more relevant now, because there's a video that was sent to me mentioned the family of the stars, which ties in with the bloodline of Christ. And we've just had the mention, obviously, following the star to Jesus, tying in with this. So anyway, I'm going to do a bit more research around that. Gareth Stranger connects the Magi Group Limited to 45 companies, including Active Staff Limited. They had been incorporated in July 2000. This is the month after the relativistic heavy ion collider was activated for the first time in New York. And that started to be built in 1991 when my favourite movie, Terminator 2 Judgment Day, came out. And that's when David Icke came out and said the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis. And David Icke links to all three of my families. He is connected to the intelligence agencies. He's also linked to an organisation called Shion, Film something or other. Well, Shion is one letter different from Sion, or Sion, which is it relates back to the bloodline of Christ. And when you actually research Shion, S-C-I-O-N, okay, that actually means an heir of nobility. Okay, he created this company that links back in with Expo Manor Freehold Limited, links back into Ingenious Film Partners 2, and therefore back to me again and to David Icke. Anyway, it has a registered address in Hampshire again, where Deborah Fleming had been the NHS CEO. BH Company Secretaries Limited, BH Company Secretaries Limited is in the People Record and had been appointed for one day to the company. Now, BH is the first postcode part of Bournemouth, where Exbourne Manor is based and where Jimmy Savile's property is based as well. But you've got 378 companies. This is the really bit that blew me away, to the point where I was shaking when I found this out. Remember, this is coming in from my the research of my first girlfriend's father in Kent, well before I even knew about the fraud, well before I'd even moved towards to Dorset. So the whole thing was staged right throughout my life. But 378 companies, including various Swift companies, such as Swift Group of Companies Limited, which appears to make reference to the Swift International Transaction System used in the fraud and that links straight to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited from a company they've created. Swift also links to the Apocalypse deception surrounding Derren Brown. In 2012, he came out with the television show Apocalypse. That's the same year that the end of the Mayan calendar happened, okay? And that's the same year that CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson or God particle on the 4th of July 2012. And it was less than 3 months earlier that Jeffrey Epstein held a meeting with Stephen Hawking and CERN scientists. And there's an article claiming that Stephen Hawking was trying to get CERN to create a black hole on Earth. Well, Swift, in that show that Derren Brown did, was the name of the asteroid that they tried making it appear hit the planet. Okay, and then this ties into them making me realise how significant I am by me identifying, coming in from the Doomsday Clock, a link to a company called 2032 Limited, putting all of this together, thinking, okay, they're going to come out with a falsified apocalyptic deception in 2032 to try and time in with an end of a 7-year tribulation started from last year to 2032 to try and fit in with scripture of a 7-year tribulation. Went on a live stream, said about this, said, look, I think they're going to stage a fake asteroid strike on the planet, potentially is a falsified prophecy. 2 days later, someone in my family says, Gary, have you seen the front pages? She sent me a picture, I verified it. Front pages, asteroid may hit the Earth in 2032. There's no articles or anything confirming that asteroid had actually been seen prior to me doing that live stream. So they staged that information. They wanted me to know how I'm so significant in this, right? And there's no better way you can do it by doing something like that. What they didn't know is I'd made a mistake through my research from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists that run or started the doomsday clock, I made a mistake on a check in the company's house record, which accidentally led me to the 2032. Okay, but they still put it all over the front pages, and it was called I can't remember what it's called. YRU4, I think, the asteroid, or YRU4, something like that. And that becomes relevant to what we're going to be talking about in a minute. So remember this: falsified prophecy, asteroids, etc., tying in with doomsday, tying in with the end of the Mayan calendar. Okay. Also within, so this is, remember, there's 378 companies that this BH company secretary is linked to. You've got Swift companies. You've also got Sambuca, in brackets, Bournemouth Limited. So we've got an actual Bournemouth company. Kazakhstan Environmental and Technology Centre, and a Kazakhstan company had already linked to the bloodstock industry and to the television production, because the whole television thing is part of the creation of television, and all this technology leading into the falsified prophecies is all part of this, everybody. That was via the research of the television. I identified the Kazakhstani connection. You've also got a link via this company. You've actually got a bloodstock company called Berkshire Bloodstock Limited as one of those 300 and whatever companies. It was incorporated in 1999. It dissolved in 2023 as I was exposing the evidence of the fraud. And it has Jordan's on its incorporation document, meaning it links immediately to Export Manor Freehold Limited, where my investigations began. This is a bloodstock company called Berkshire Bloodstock Limited. Go and look at it if you don't believe me. But Berkshire Bloodstock Limited, you'll see Jordan's Limited on its incorporation document. One of these companies is also Nationwide Disaster Restoration. It was incorporated as Nationwide Disaster Recovery Services Limited in March 2001, before changing its name again in April 2001 on the lead up to the World Trade Center disaster. And what I found critical now, which blew me away, is that one of the companies is called Apocalypso Films Limited. Now, this company was incorporated in 1997, which would have been when I was in Kent with Rachel. Okay, around the time I was working there in that centre, and it dissolved in May 2017. And it had been a criminal company, had been incorporated with the same companies as Export Manor Freehold Limited, again, where my investigation began. So this is called Apocalypso Films. Okay, this becomes relevant. Powell Alexandra Pawliowski connects Apocalypso Films Limited to 4 companies, including Apocalypso Productions. So you've got Apocalypso Film and Apocalypso Productions. Just looking, do I need to get rid of people on here? Many are compromised. Many people are compromised. Gary, your hard work and investigations are very much appreciated. Thank you very much, Paul. Really appreciate it. It's really, everyone, honestly, you need to be focusing on this every day. Everything else, I'm sorry to say, it needs to be put second, because it looks like, from all of the evidence, there's going to be nothing left for any of your futures if you don't do something about this. I don't know how I can do it myself, how I can turn this around myself, everybody. It takes the innocence to do it. Oh, someone's put difficult to believe how. Well, it's a lot to take on, isn't it? Let's face it. It's a lot to take on. It's the most incredible time in human history other than creation. Be respectful towards Gary's stream then, or clear off. Okay, so who's Urban Audits? So I'm just looking through the comments because I haven't really looked at them. Gary, look up X24 in strong concordance in Greek and Hebrew. Thanks, Starry Held. Yeah, it was Starry Held that gave me the information that led to what I was talking about earlier. So thank you so much, Starry Held. Gary, look up X equals 24. Okay, I will. Could you put oh no, don't put it in case I don't see it and you waste your time. I will have a look. I've screenshotted that. Thank you very much. It is very relevant, this whole X now that we're talking about. It's all true. You don't have to be here, do you? So who's causing the problems? Okay, so Urban Audits. Let's see what he was putting. Everyone apart from you. Is anyone buying this? Well, he hasn't been disrespectful. It's a lot to take on. What's he said previously? As long as people are being respectful and they're not trying to you know, deceive. You know, everything I'm saying is you can verify it all from the document. So I would say, you know, anyone, rather than criticizing this evidence, request the document and then get it and then look at it, and then once you've read it, then you can criticize it, of course. Honestly, it's quite overwhelming, everybody. It's all there, and they don't seem to be changing any of it. They've changed, but all it's done is help me expose them. All it's done is help me expose them. I'm just looking back to see if there's anything else. Just going back over the comments. I haven't seen anything so far that anyone said that's warrants being removed. Put Cain and Abel. Yeah, that came up on the video today as well, actually. I've got it on my list of things to look at, Cain and Abel as well, seeming to become relevant in this. Okay, let me just check the latest comments. No, I know, PCW77. Are you the one that keeps creating different usernames and just keeps coming on? All right, I think you're one of the other one, aren't you? Are you PC Waterman and then Inspector Waterman? Probably Reynard Wilson or whatever your other name is. Yeah, it's going to be you again, isn't it? Have I looked up Michael Abney in Australia? Found a link with Jordan's and Swift Incorporations. No, I haven't. I don't even know who that is. He verbally attacked you. Oh, okay. The PCW did he? I haven't seen that. I'm going to leave him on there for now. I'll just try and... I have taken people off prematurely, to be honest with you, before. So, I mean, nobody even needs to be looking at the comments, do you, really? Somebody sent me some messages saying, Gary, if you don't remove this person, privately, they sent me a message, if you don't remove them, I'm not going to be able to comment anymore. Well, you know, you don't have to comment. You don't have to read the comments. I know that's a part of the lives, but, you know, you don't have to. And you've got to expect everybody. You're going to have people that are going to try and discredit this. You're going to have people that are going to be a bit rude and a bit offensive. And to be honest with you, I just let it go over my head a lot of the time because I'm so short. Anyway, look where this goes. It's pretty mind-blowing. So Pulowski connects to Apocalypso Productions Limited. They've been incorporated in 1998. It's got an address in Fordingbridge, a little village in Hampshire, which has an address there which links to the Doomsday Cult and the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom. And it also is very close to where my wife's family live. McKellar and Jim, they have a property in God's Hill. He's a financial advisor. She does like dietary... actually, I'm not too sure, so I don't want to say the wrong thing. But they live in God's Hill. And they, I believe, are all positioned around me as well as my wife. Everybody in my life, or most people in my life, appear to have been positioned as part of this. Well before I even knew about the fraud. And we're going to come to Truman and why I'm probably am who they were basing that movie on when they did the Truman movie. And that's a huge thing for me to say. So we have this link to Hampshire, near to where some of my wife's family, as I said, chief police officers. That links to the Association of Police Officers and the Doomsday Cult. Temple Secretaries and 788, 790 Finchley Road is on its incorporation document, which makes the immediate connection to Carter and Coley, again, and the accountants for Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, and linking to major areas of the criminal network. Tanya Segchani, unusual name, is in the People record and connects Apocalypso Films Limited to 14 companies, including Restraint of Beasts Limited. And this is what was really important in this, okay, because this now makes the connection back to my family in Kent again, because we have the British Academy of Film and Television Arts, which is a criminal organisation that connects immediately, go and look at it, via the directors, to the Weinstein Company UK Limited. So that now creates from Apocalypso, in other words, well, we're going to see what I think that means in a minute, apocalypso, to Harvey Weinstein. Okay. And that makes the link to Jeffrey Epstein. As you're aware, I'm sure you all have heard, Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein are connected, which means you've then got the link to the CERN again. You've then got the connection in again to what's going on in the news at the moment regarding Peter Mandelson and Keir Starmer. And that links immediately to the evidence that I'd already acquired of Prince Harry wearing Madeleine McCann's skin in his shoes, on his shoes, made of her skin, around the time of Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. Immediately, that makes from the Weinstein Company the connection to Prince Harry. And we've already found the connection into Prince Harry earlier coming in. So now we've got another connection, Prince Harry, Madeleine McCann, Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, tying in with Apocalypso. Well, why is Apocalypso so important? Just quickly, sorry, this company, this exact same company that I'm telling you about, so this one that we've just talked about, connects not only immediately to the Weinstein Company, it connects immediately to Beaver Films Limited. Beaver Films Limited was incorporated in 1962, which is when the main Siemens company was created. And I don't think the word Siemens is going to be a coincidence in this. And that changed its name for the first time since 1962, after I publicized its connection to Jeffrey Epstein via the Edge Foundation. Okay, 1962, it was incorporated. Go and look at it. If you type in Siemens Company's House, you'll see that it was incorporated in 1962. Scroll at the bottom, down to the bottom, you'll see it changed its name for the only time on the 5th of May 2025. That was after I exposed its connections to Jeffrey Epstein. And Siemens is linked to the Nazi regime, which means it links back to the Reformation deception, back into the Vatican and everything else. And it also links directly into CERN. And in fact, you're going to see later, if I have time, because I don't really want to be on here hours, I'm sure you don't want to be listening to me for hours, we'll see how recent evidence that I've acquired in relation to Deutsche Bank, tying to Donald Trump in a massive, massive way, is also connected immediately to Siemens. Immediately. So we also have Beaver Films Limited, where linked immediately via this as well. And Beaver Films Limited, on its incorporation document, go and look at it. You will see a Derayer company, Derayers. So that creates the link to Export Manor that they created after I was staged introduction to the property. And the Derayers link to the Vatican via the research. And that is coming in from the death of Jill Dando. It also connects via Beaver Films Limited, where on the incorporation document you have the Derayer Company, to Duke of York's Theatre Limited. So that has now a connection into the Prince Andrew area. And York becomes very relevant because New York, where the World Trade Center disaster happened, was actually named after York in England. And again, that is all very significant and relevant and ties in with fox hunting appearing to have been used to hide the hunting of children on estates. We've also got, it connects immediately to a company. Again, we're talking about this same company that we just linked to Apocalypso, immediately to Alliance for Cinema and Television Limited, and to Mel Gibson. Now, Mel Gibson also did the movie Passion of Christ. Bearing in mind who it's looking like from the evidence, who I may be, he did the Passion of Christ, and in 2027 he's due to bring out the Passion, what's it called? Resurrection of the Christ. Now, it's interesting wording, the name of the movie, isn't it? Not Resurrection of Christ, Resurrection of the Christ. Very, very unusual, as if the original Christ was not real. Very unusual, isn't it? Now, when we talk about the crucifixion on the cross, double-crossed, was that always a deception, and that was representing the true bloodline of Christ somehow, and the true, I suppose, revelation into the what needs to happen to bring heaven on earth? Was it always a deception? That's something we have to consider with that X on the cross, the crucifix. We also have so Alliance for Cinema and Television Limited connects immediately to Mel Gibson from this, and the Passion of the Christ, and the upcoming Resurrection of the Christ in 2027. He also directed a movie called Apocalypso, and that movie was released in 2006, the same year that the Da Vinci Code movie was released, which represents a deception within Christianity, where the true bloodline of Christ remains here on earth and is here today. Now, that was the year that I moved from Kent to Dorset, not knowing anyone at all. So Apocalypso was also released in that year. But why is Apocalypso, the movie, so important? Well, it's an epic historical action adventure horror film produced and directed by Mel Gibson, who co-wrote the screenplay with Farhad Safina. The film features a cast of indigenous and Mexican actors, consistent of Rudy Youngblood, interesting names here, Youngblood, Raul Trujillo, Mayra Cerbulo, Dalia Hernandez, Gerardo Terracina, Jonathan Brewer. There's also an Israel name here, which is interesting. And it's set in the Yucatan around the year 1511, during the Mayan period. Now, remember what I said earlier about the end of the Mayan calendar in 2012. And they speculated that might represent the end of the world. Okay, and there was various things that they suggested. The Mayan calendar ended on the 21st of December 2012. Well, that exact same day is when Star Wars was acquired by Disney. Okay, the first Star Wars movie came out. It was called Star Wars: A New Hope in 1977, the year I was born. And that's the same year that the Albert Pike letter appears to have been removed from the British Library Museum, that represented an upcoming, that represented the deception around the 3 world wars. Now, when you research Sasha Stone via the Company's House records, who's linked to the Vatican, he links to a company called Jedi Management. Jedi referencing potentially Star Wars. That connects immediately to Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited, immediately from the Company's House records, where my investigation began. Now, when this then prompted me to research the Mayan calendar again, and it says the cycle, the Maya-long count calendar, is cyclical, and the date 130000 marked the completion of a major 13th back ton. The number 13 again, the same as my ring, which the letter M, which is the 13th letter, which ties back in with the Knights Templar and the blood of Christ being hidden through the ages. In meaning, it says here, experts and researchers emphasize that this was interpreted as a significant transition of the return of a deity, rather than a prophecy of destruction. A calendar continuance. Evidence shows that Mayan timekeeping extends far beyond 2012, with stelae showing dates far into the future. So this basically tells us that the end of the Mayan calendar, supposedly representing the end of the world, may not have been the right date. And it actually may not represent literally the end of the world, but it may represent the end of the world. Remember what we said right at the beginning, the decision by the people, through the evidence being presented by the right person, to make the choice on how this is determined. Now, at the moment, it's looking as though nobody's going to do anything, and then I will probably be thinking, well, we can't face the end of creation. We can't allow humanity to be transhumanized into bodies where their conscience is trapped and they wish to die and they can't, suffering for eternity. We can't allow the children to keep being targeted for their blood. So therefore, at the moment, I'm thinking, well, there needs to be a judgment upon all of humanity. It's looking as like all of humanity needs to go, according to the research. You know, is that the right? It's looking as though that is the right thing to happen at the moment, because nobody's doing anything. So referring back to Rachel Bagley, who was my first girlfriend, I then researched her specifically, and it shows a record for her connects to, and it is her, it's the same date of birth and her same middle name, to Seneca Limited, that had been incorporated in 2016, and it dissolved in 2018, the year I resigned from the police. Charlie Louise Owen is in the People record, and she connects to Louise Owens Productions. Remember, I've spoken about the movie thing, linking in with the Honourable Knights of the Round Table. She was positioned to be with me. I suspect Louise Owens Productions Limited had been incorporated on the 12th of September 2022, 4 days after the Queen's death, and as I'm exposing the fraud. And it dissolved in February 2025 as the exposure continued, as a registered address in Deal in Kent. And the filing history shows that on the 28th of October 2023, my birthday, the details for Louise Elizabeth Owens, born 1986, was changed, and a company name of Yorklets was removed from the registered address. A separate search shows Clucking Amazing of Yorklets Limited, a company name that had been incorporated in January 2023, and it dissolved on January 2025, a month before Louise Owens Productions had also dissolved. One of the directors connects to Whitstable Limited. Whitstable is where some of my parent mother's family had lived, and connected me to Wales, and had provided information. This was interesting. They provided me, this is my supposed auntie, provided me with information that led to me identifying connections to the apparent abuse of children on the island off the coast of Scotland, off the coast of Wales, sorry, where my nan was from, Tenby. And this then led for me to, she was from Pembrokeshire, but she got married in Tenby, and the island's just off the coast of it, Caldy, where there apparently was abuse of children. And that connects via the research through the Monks organisation, which is on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, that connects to me again to JP Morgan, and therefore the Flemings again, everybody. All right, this is all verifiable. It's still all there. People can check it, see that it's true. I did some verification last night with somebody on a group call, a company called Tramp to Vamp. Everybody, bearing in mind, we're going to be talking about that later, actually. We'll talk about the vampirism and the blood element in this a little bit later, if I'm still on here. Okay, so referring back to the actual shopping centre that I worked at, mind-blowing, everybody. Remember, this is where I worked at before I was in the police, where I met Rachel, that led to all of that I've just told you about. Shopping centre. In 2005, the centre was purchased by Capital and Regional, who once again set about refurbishing the centre with their own distinctive pink corporate branding. An agreement was subsequently signed that Maidstone Borough Council would move into the office block on top of the centre after extensive refurbishment of that and the construction of a gateway reception. The council signed a 99-year lease and took up residence in May 2007. This is as I was introduced to Exbourne Manor, and just around the time I was introduced to my wife, which I actually don't think that's going to be a coincidence. And in fact, yeah, May 2007 is when Madeleine McCann went missing, and it was renamed Maidstone House. Today, the mall in Maidstone hosts a wide variety of shops, from independent to big name chains such as B&M. Is a key part of the town centre, also contains the Chequers bus centre. Now let's look at the evidence from the mall and Company's House. Unbelievable, everybody. I'm just going to have a little bit of a break, actually. Bear with us. A little snack. What do I have? Thanks very much, Urban Audits. Yeah, it's mind-blowing, isn't it? And the thing is, you can check it or you can verify it, or we just need to get the document and you can verify it. I'm still in the process of trying to write all of this latest stuff into it, so it's going to be a little while. But you can email me to get it. And I've done it in a way where literally everything is verifiable with it. So as long as you're looking at it on an electronic version of the document, you'll be able to click on the links and prove everything I'm telling you. And the most important evidence is through the Company's House records, with a trail of evidence that proves everything. Now, there's certain things could be happening in July. This organisation set up by the Vatican, Marcel Lefebvre, St. Puy X. There's something happening with that in July this year. So that appears to be relating to the bloodline of Christ. So, and there's no, it's obviously relevant, the fact that Charles went to the Vatican and prayed with the Pope the first time since the 16th century that a British monarch had actually prayed with the Pope. There's no coincidence that that happened in around July 2025, which is the same time that the currency producer came off of the London Stock Exchange for the first time in first time since 1947, which is when the doomsday clock began, which relates back into me again. It sounds crunchy, so it rules out a Mars bar. Why are you interested in what I'm eating? It's just... Right. It was just to satisfy your curiosity. It was a version of a Snicker bar, a mini one. Okay. So what about the shopping centre? Unbelievable. Searching for the mall Maidstone, which is the name of the mall now, where it changed its name from the Checker Centre, reveals Maidstone Business Improvement District Limited. They had been incorporated in 2018, which is when I resigned from the police. Paul Clement is on the incorporation document. Clement is also in the people record and connects to 39 companies, including Infosys Limited. Anyone heard of Infosys? Let's see who can tell me who is linked to Infosys via the headlines over the last few years. Infosys. Who's going to put the name of the person linked to it? Someone must know. Infosys. Does anyone know who that is connected to? Someone must know. Infosys. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Infosys. Infosys. You must have seen the headlines. Nobody knows. Okay. I'll tell you. Keir Starmer. Not Keir Starmer. Rishi Sunak. It links immediately to Rishi Sunak's family. Okay. Now that connects immediately now to the centre. Okay, that I was working at. So that's a link to the former Prime Minister immediately from the centre that I was working at. But it gets a lot more interesting. Now, he was the Prime Minister at the time of me making the initial inquiries during my initial inquiries in 2022. Yeah, I know. Look, I've got to eat something at the moment. I know my diet could be better, and I'm trying to work on it. But I'm on the verge of having no money. Potentially, it looks as though they're trying to steal my properties from me, and they took £15,000 from my account. Unfortunately, I've got to live with what I can. Unbelievable. Someone put on the comment the other day. I'll just remove them straight away. Gary, as soon as you give everything you've got to the poor, then we'll start listening. Well, first of all, you don't know who's really poor these days, because what they're doing is people are scamming so many different people, claiming that the thing's gone. And what I need to retain is anything that I have got. I need to utilize that as leverage against the system if they try and expose me, because I'm not complying with anything at all, because you can't, because it's a criminal organization. So then if they then decide to steal my assets, I can evidence that theft as leverage against the system, you see. So that's what I'm doing. So complete non-compliance. Morally, none of you should now be complying with the system, and you should be using that as leverage to change the system, as well as going out and doing citizens' arrests of the relevant individuals in all of this. I'm not paying anything other than for the food and the water, and I have to pay some insurances for a contract that I've got with somebody in relation to property. However, nothing else, because I'll be paying to the blood of the children. So I need to try and retain what I do have, see if they're going to try and steal it, use that as leverage to expose the system even more through that theft, which is what I'm doing at the moment with them stealing the joint property that we had with my wife. So I'm now going through the process of building the evidence around land registry, completely criminal. They've been stealing properties from everybody, trying to centralize it. They'll be faking wills, changing life insurances through fraud. They tried doing that with me. So I'm trying to build the evidence through the theft. So that's another reason I need to keep what I have got and use that against the system to expose them, if that makes sense. You know, you've got to think very, very tactically in all of this, and the best way to move forward with it. So anyway, connects immediately to Rishi Sunak's family, company, Infosys, and also connects to Suffolk Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Shipping. Well, the Chambers of Commerce have all been centralised and actually created specifically because of the international government fraud they've got in place, as well as the Citizens Advice Bureaus, the places where they send people to get advice. Well, that immediately gives them the ability to shut those people down and stop it having an effect on the system, you see. Several of the directors for the shopping centre research, that company that comes up with, connects Maidstone Improvement District Limited to One Maidstone CIC that have been incorporated in 1999. The incorporation document has been forged, and it has Waterlow's on its incorporation document. That again links into portals in Hampshire. Remember, this is why everyone, I believe, was trying to say portals and get me trying to think of portals to do with CERN, when actually it was because of this organisation in Hampshire that started in 1711 that then created the currency production for the world. It led to the currency production for the world. And I forgot to say earlier, so portals was originally founded in 1711 in Hampshire in the south of England, so it's important worldwide. 1724 started creating the money for the Bank of England, and then critically in 1995 it sold it to De La Rue. 1995 is the year that the Hacklow International Advisory Board that links to the intelligence agencies and to the Russian government, and is shown on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that connects to me, was actually incorporated, and that company dissolved after I exposed it. Okay, so that tells you how significant I am just from that little bit of evidence there. And because I'm so significant in this, everybody, you all need to be acting on the evidence that I'm giving you. And if you don't believe it, verify it first of all. Absolutely, I don't expect you to just believe everything I'm saying. That's why I'm giving you the evidence. And if you don't end up doing anything, and they don't end up doing anything, I'm pretty sure it's game over, all right, for all of creation. And if we can't allow that to happen, certainly it'll be the end of humanity, I think. And I think that will have to be the right conclusion in that, so that the rest of creation does exist. Now, I don't think that is meant to happen, and I don't want that to happen. I want them to come out with the truth, and I want you to be compelling them to come out with the truth through my strategy. That is what needs to happen. So we have this company, One Maidstone CIC. This blew my mind away. Mark Blackwell, I don't know if it's this bit. Yeah, it is this bit. Mark Blackwell Baker connects One Maidstone CIC to 5 companies, including Air Ambulance Charity Kent, Surrey, Sussex, that had already been connected immediately to My Dream. It connects immediately to National Association of Round Tables of Great Britain and Ireland, which is a criminal organisation, which was shown in the research from the MP of the area where Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited is based, links to Jimmy Savile. Bearing in mind, this is in Maidstone, 3.5 hours ago away from the building. We now have the Round Table okay, immediately connected to it. And it links into my wife's family, 3.5 hours away in Dorset. And it connects immediately. From that, sorry, you have links to CERN and Elon Musk, all from this company, okay, through via the National Association of the Round Tables of Great Britain and Ireland. It also connects immediately to KM Group Newspapers Limited, which then links to an aerospace company. And on the aerospace company is Brimstone Close in Chelsfield in Kent, of D&D Law Agency Services, of Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue, which links to my vision. And I'll come back to my dream and vision in a minute, because I need to convince you who I may be in this, because then maybe you will do the right thing and act and do what I'm suggesting. So we're going to come back to the dream in a minute and my vision. It also, KM Companies connects quickly to the Archbishop of Canterbury. So we then have the link back into the religious establishments now from this connection. These are all practically immediately. We have the link, an immediate link. This is via that company that I'm telling you about, the what is it? Air Ambulance Charity Sussex. Connects immediately to the Royal British Veterans Enterprise Limited, which I identified in the research of children appearing to be trafficked, linked to Vintner's Trainer and Mishcon de Raya. Now, remember, I told you, coming in from my former girlfriend's father, we had a Vintner's company. Well, now you have an immediate link into Vintner's Trainer, which links into the evidence that I've got of children being trafficked in containers on boats, linking to Mishcon de Raya, which links back into the Vatican and back into Expo Manor Freehold Limited, all immediately from this. It's all immediately from the shopping centre, everyone. This isn't going to be a coincidence. We also have, just in relation to the air ambulances, why are there all these connections? Well, I think we're going to get an idea why in a minute. But you also have in my research Air Devon and Cornwall and you have Devon and Cornwall and Devon Air Ambulance Trust that had already been linked to an organisation, everybody, immediately called Challenge X. Challenge X, another X connection limited, and that links to a Devon and Cornwall Museum of Policing via John Casson. Go and look at it if you don't believe me. So if you just type in Devon and Cornwall Museum of Policing, go into the people record, look at John Casson, you'll see he's connected to Challenge X, as well as these other companies that I'm telling you about. It then links to China Fleet Trust, Royal Marines, and Royal Navy and Royal Marines Charity. Remember, we already mentioned the Royal Navy connection coming in earlier from my girlfriend's father, and we've mentioned the link to Charles Dickens and how that all ties in with me earlier with the Royal Navy, and of course Ian Fleming down in Hampshire, which means the Flemings again. Hampshire and Isle of Wight Air Ambulance, another air ambulance company, had already been connected immediately to Wessex Cardiac Trust. Now, Deborah Fleming started up and was involved in Wessex organisations, and here we have a Hampshire and Isle of Wight. Remember, she was the chief executive for the Hampshire Isle of Wight, and that was coming in from the research of the White House Limited, where there are connections to the American government via that, linking into the Isle of Wight. And remember, this is now so important now, worldwide importance. Hampshire now, we now know why, because of portals was created there in 1711, leading into the worldwide currency production, immediately giving a motive into a falsified prophecy through that currency production, the manipulation of the fraud surrounding it, the corruption, the crime, all stemming from Hampshire. We also have, where are we? Mention that. White House Limited, yeah. We've also got Ambulance Trust, connects to Foundation of Lady Catherine Leveson via a director in the research of the Leveson phone hacking inquiry, which links to major areas of the international criminal network, links to the royal family, it links to the leader of North Korea. Okay, it's all a deception. They've all in on it. The head of North Korea, it's always been a lie. The risk of nuclear war, it's a lie. Russia involved. They've positioned everybody right around the world, and they are all linked to me via this research, everybody. So we have to consider that some of this information is for me to find it, to identify who I am, to come forward and give humanity the chance to do the right thing. Them the chance to do the right thing, and you the chance to do the right thing, providing you are innocent. Where are we? Got there. Scotland's charity Air Ambulance quickly links to the head teacher at the time of the Dunblane massacre via my research. We also have Air Ambulance Services Limited in the research of the former leader of Iran. And we also have Cornwall Air Ambulance Trust that is connected immediately to Lloyds Bank, which is on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, that connects back to me. And that explains why I acquired forged Lloyds Bank documents through my inquiries at Exbourne Manor, and why when I was a child I was taken to a Lloyds Bank when it was closed by one of my best friend's dads. And we have Cornwall Air Ambulance Trust that is connected immediately, I've mentioned that, to Lloyds Bank, and quickly to God FM in relation to my arrest, which was all staged, and everyone around my arrest, including the criminal court case there, it was all set up, it was all staged. It was obvious there was actors around it. It was very, very clear that there were actors there in the whole prison service. The whole thing, I now suspect, was set up, including probably all of the prisoners that they had in the prison. I now suspect they were all actors, and there's certain things that were happening throughout the process that they were putting me through there that suggest they were all actors, and it enabled me to expose that through the system. So these air ambulances are of relevance, and I think that's because air ambulance services, particularly the one I think in South Africa, makes a link to the Red Cross. The Red Cross, again, everybody, the cross representing the blood of Christ. Just quickly on this, referring back to, I'll come to my dreams in a minute, referring back to One Maidstone CIC. Remember, this is the company linked immediately to the, and it has the same address on this as well, to the shopping mall that I was working at prior to being in the police. And they connect to Kent Wildlife Trust. We'll go and look at Kent Wildlife Trust. You'll see that Valentine Fleming is a former director for that company. And Valentine Fleming links to the Iona prophecy research of the end of the world, linking in with the island of Iona off the coast of Scotland. And that links from that into the office again that I worked at in Bournemouth when I had the office, when I was working for that as that local beat bobby for that particular area in Bournemouth. It also connects to the death of John McPhee, alleged death, to Institute of Heraldic Genie. Hold on, this is very relevant now, isn't it, with everything I'm saying? Look at this. So this company from the shopping centre connects immediately to Institute of Heraldic and Genealogical Studies, okay? And that had already been linked by my research to John Harris and the Knights of Malta, which goes back a very long time and ties back in with the blood of Jesus, and to Jerusalem companies that links to my former school again, which links to the Knights Templar location as well. Now, my dreams, just to tell you a bit, just to go again, because I mentioned them earlier. I've said this many times, but there might be a few new people on here. So I was told about the Ninth Circle, which we're actually going to come to a bit later, and supposedly relating to the hunting of children on estates and then being tortured before being unalived. And the Ninth Circle was the name of the organisation, linking Prince Charles into being part of that with members of the Vatican and other members of royals, etc. Anyway, I went to sleep that night or the night after, and I had a dream that I was in a McDonald's restaurant, and I was very content and happy. There was Ronald McDonald, the clown. I felt completely happy. Never had a dream about McDonald's before, and suddenly I woke up with an overwhelming feeling of deception. And I woke up about 5 or 6 in the morning, and I thought later that day, okay, that was weird. I'm going to research the Ninth Circle, do some more research. The first article that came up was Art the Clown, who was a character in the Ninth Circle movie that came out in 2008. That's the same year that my father bought us a trip to Paris, my girlfriend at the time, later to be wife, to Paris. We went to the Louvre Museum, and that had the pyramids within the Louvre Museum. That pyramid now makes the connection to the blood of Christ as well. Okay, and it was 2007 is when I was introduced to my wife, as I said the year before, and when I was introduced to Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. So I then thought, I wonder if there's a connection to the Ninth Circle and CERN. So I typed it in, an AI thing popped up at the beginning and said that the technicians at CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, call a problem with the machinery the Ninth Circle or hell. I then found evidence later, quite a while later, that the quite a while later that the new positioned leader of the Swiss Confederation, who was positioned on the 1st of January 2025 as a continued exposure, has a surname, double-barreled surname of Keller something. This led me to identify the Keller Group, and the Keller Group PLC, go and look at it. Keller Group PLC was incorporated in 1989, which is the same year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN, which links back to me. And that organisation, it has, I think it's Temple Chambers address on it, which links to mine, and I'm going to tell you how it links to this dream again. But that address, Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue, connects to my dream, and it has that on the incorporation document. Well, Keller Group PLC was the actual company involved in the creation of the control panel of the Large Hadron Collider. So not only did my dream lead to the AI bit that found that connection, later on I found a connection to Keller Group PLC, who actually created the control panel for the Large Hadron Collider. So anyway, how did my dream sort of fit into that address? Well, as I was researching through the records, how did I actually find out about it? I found an address that my father and I had worked at when I was working with him as a carpenter many years ago, probably 95, I want to say 95, 94, something like that. I would have been working with my dad. Anyway, we worked at this particular property, and it was either called Chatham House or Century House. And on the record for it, it had an address that led to, it was either immediately there, it had Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue on it. Well, the McDonald's restaurant that I used to go to as a child, okay, where we used to sit around a plastic tree with plastic stools in Chatham High Street, was right near where that building was. Remember, my dream was about a McDonald's restaurant, and that must be why, because I was reminiscing being a child, being in that restaurant, and that was right near where this building led to the address, which then connected into many important areas of this. And it actually connects to Stephen Hawkins and Elon Musk on their incorporation document, and the exact same name, Nigel Leonard Blood, on the incorporation document, linking both of them together to that address. This is Stephen Hawkins and Elon Musk, which makes the link back into CERN. Right, where are we? Oh, so did I mention the address there? The other address. Oh yeah, I have mentioned it somewhere. Where is it? So the address that I mentioned, remember, you'll see I mentioned the address of Brimstone Close. We've just come to that a minute ago. That's another vision I had, or I don't know if you can call it a vision. This is where I was well before the last dream, the dream I told you about. And this is where I was doing the research for the company's house, research for the World Trade Center disaster, looking at all of the companies that were in the building at the time of its collapse, thinking, well, what is fire and brimstone about in all of this? You know, how is fire and brimstone factoring into what I'm finding out? It mentions it within the scripture apparently, and how that ties into the end of times or an apocalyptic event. And I was thinking, what does fire and brimstone mean? Why am I doing what I'm doing? what does it all mean? And then I turned the page, and there was the word brimstone in an address that I hadn't seen on any other companies, and I'd looked at thousands at that point. And that address was to do with D&D law agencies that I've just told you connects to there, Brimstone Close in Kent, and that links to Tommy Robinson via the D&D law agency company, D&D Law Agency Services Limited, I think it's called. Well, that's dissolved since I've exposed it. That company was incorporated in 1974. If you go and look at it, D&D Law Agency Services Limited, I think it was started in 1974, the year after the World Trade Center was finished being built, and then it collapsed, or sorry, dissolved into, I think it was 2024. So what about the and that is featured at a key time in my document around the other dream, as we just mentioned. The Truman Show. True man. Truman telling the truth. I think the movie was based on me. Okay, and that's a huge thing to say. Now you remember, just quickly, Jim Carrey was in that movie. Remember recently he was dressed up, or not dressed up, it was probably someone else, don't think it was him, and he went to the Caesar Awards, and he gave some information I think was now, I mean, it's almost guaranteed, that was because of me. Because he gave a name during his speech of somebody that was in a relationship. And that name, unusual name, led straight to evidence to support that they have a centralized accountancy criminal network around the world. It led to that evidence coming in from that exact name to a company with the exact same spelling for that unusual name that led to straight away into that information of those organizations, worldwide criminal accountancy companies. So anyway, Jim Carrey, as you know, he's done other movies. It's interesting, you've got Truman, but he was also in Liar Liar, and he was in Yes Man. So there's this sort of truth-lie connection into Jim Carrey's through the companies. And just to read to you what it's about, if you don't know what it was about, where is it? The Truman Show, it came out in 1998, the same year that Robbie Williams released Jesus in a Camper Van. Robbie Williams connects immediately from his name to Ingenious Film Partners 2, which links to me. Okay, Ingenious Film Partners 2 is on the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. And that connects to my friends who I was growing up with, and then that links in with the Knights Templar location back into my school via them. So, Jesus in the Camper Van, I've now got to consider that movie, that song, was deliberately written to be what I was going to be doing, trying to separate from the properties in a camper van. Anyway, the movie came out in 1998, The Truman Show, American satirical, satirical comedy drama film directed by Peter Weir. This becomes important in a minute. Written and co-produced by Andrew Nicole, starring Jim Carrey as Truman Burbank, a man who is unaware that he is living his entire life on a colossal soundstage, and that it is being filmed and broadcast as a reality television show that has a huge international following. All of his friends, family, and members of his community are paid actors whose job is to sustain the illusion and keep Truman unaware that the world he inhabits is scripted and fake. The film's supporting cast includes Laura Linney, Ed Harris, and some others. Noah Emmerich, Natasha Holland Taylor. Just see if there's any other names there. Peter Lindsay Weir was born in 1944. He's the director. He's an Australian retired film director and producer. Directed other films including Picnic at Hanging Rock, Gallipoli, The Year of... What was that? Hold on. Oh no, it's different spelling there. The Year of Living Dangerously, Witness, Dead Poets Society, Fearless, The Truman Show in 1998, Master and Commander, which makes a connection via Russell Crowe to Ridley Scott, who links to my mum. Okay, and Ridley Scott's brother, remember, was born in Chatham and supposedly committed suicide in 2012, the same year as CERN discovered the Higgs boson of God particle and jumped off of a bridge, I think. He also directed The Way Back, He has received 6 Academy Awards, BAFTAs, which links to Rishi Sunak. There's actual BAFTA companies linking to Rishi Sunak. In 2024, he received an Honorary Lifetime Achievement Award at the Venice Film Festival, the Golden Lion. Company's house shows a Peter Ware with no date of birth connected to PW Professional Services Limited. They had been incorporated in 2025 as I continued the exposure, and it dissolved in 2026. It has an address of 71 to 75 Shelton Street, Covent Gardens. Well, this address makes important connections throughout the criminal network, including to the research of Stephen Hervey, the judge in the inquiry of the death of Princess Diana. Immediately to Angela Rayner, positioned as the Deputy Prime Minister in 2024 as I continued the exposure. To the Sweeney Todd research, which links back into what I'm going to be talking about a little bit later. Immediately to paedophile Jonathan King, who was convicted in the same month as the World Trade Center disaster, September 2001. Immediately into Lee Clegg and the World Marshal Authority, who I believe that was a test for me to see if I would accept over £8,000 a month for the next 20 years to be quiet. Of course I won't. No amount of money will keep me quiet. That links to an affiliation to the United Nations. It connects into to NATO, to missing Georgina Gasella, to the Southport stabbings of 2024, to Anthony and Nicole Kidman, to the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, the threat of directed energy and CERN via FCC companies, likely relating to Future Circular Collider program, to the Doomsday Cult, to Sasha Stone via the International Tribunal Courts of Natural Justice and linking to the CIA, to the blood of the tortured children and to the Vatican, to the White House Limited, to artificial intelligence, the former chair of the US President's Intelligence Advisory Board, the research surrounding Jim Carrey from another area of research, Angela Merkel, to the City of York and the connections I'd already made, to Deborah Fleming, all from this company, to the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom, back to the Doomsday Cult, to the research of the former MP for the area of Exbourne Manor and Jimmy Savile's property, to the research of DARPA, who is a research and development organisation for secret weapon systems, apparently, and weather manipulation, to the apparent death of plasma scientists, possibly relating to the blood of plasma. And this ties in with the 11 deaths that you are hearing about at the moment on the news tying to NASA. I suspect there has been no deaths, I suspect. To the research of the Artemis II space expedition, to the Galileo Foundation, directly linked to the prophecy of the popes in the research and the 3-eye Atlas comet, immediately to the research of Facebook, and in the research of the White House coup of 1991, the same year that David Icke came out and said the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis, and the same year that the my favourite movie, Terminator 2 Judgment Day, came out. And it all leads to major areas of the criminal network and apparent crimes against children as shown elsewhere. So that address makes all of those connections from immediately from those different areas of the research, linking from the exact same name as the person who directed The Truman Show. Another record for Paul Weir, born 1952, remember no verification, connects to 5 companies, most having a correspondence address in Cheltenham, including Equitable Members Action Group, that was incorporated in 2005 and has a registered address of 7 Bell Yard that makes links into the centralised criminal network of solicitors and the paedophile information exchange and back in with Ghislaine Maxwell and the Sweeney Todd Group. It has Jordan's Limited on its incorporation document, making the immediate connection to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited from his name. Colin Ashley Downs connects that company to Miller's Wharf Solihull Management Company that has a registered address of Queensway House, 11 Queensway, New Milton in Hampshire, that is specifically used in the centralised criminal network and around the research of the Doomsday Cult and Julian Assange. So you can see how huge that's all is. So that's all coming in from the exact same name as the director of the Truman Show. That was just a quick bit of research. There'll be loads more. I'm just going to come to the comments before I move on to the international government board linking to all of the world's problems, and it looks like the true register, forging the incorporation documents that creates criminal companies. And it's all linking into the currency producer, going back to a company called Portals from 1711, which is when the government started to be formed. Governments meaning mind control. You can see this all ties in with the Reformation, formation of the governments. Sorry, my finger was over. Hope you knew it. So yeah, I was just mentioning, my finger was over the mic, sorry. The Portals company is so important. Remember, that was 1711. This is when the governments were starting to be formed. They started the currency production, forming the governments to create a centralized criminal system. Right back then it was planned, so that you had a very select number of people started to take criminal control of the world. Specifically, it appears it was done to harvest the blood from the innocents. That is a massive part of this, and I'm going to read some of the information about that in a minute. And I suspect it is because we're talking about vampirism and the extension of life through that blood being harvested from the innocents, and the whole system appears to have been set up primarily for that, but leading into a falsified conclusion on Earth, the end of all of creation, if it isn't resolved. And as I said right at the beginning, it looks as though I'm right in the middle of the split of, and possibly me having bloodline of Christ and Lucifer, the brother of Christ, if I'm part of the 13th bloodline, which is the evidence is suggesting I may be, and giving humanity the chance through the evidence and a strategy to give those involved in the criminal network the chance to come forward in truth, transparency, repentance, and a commitment to change, and those that aren't involved in it to follow a strategy that will compel them to provide the truth of this, so we can bring about a new system. And it will be heaven on earth, because you will end up utilizing what technology there is to create a transparent financial system, so that it doesn't facilitate a motive to lie and create a criminal network and manipulate, exploit and victimize most of humanity. Yeah, it's looking like that. I can't ignore the evidence. And I said right at the beginning, I said, if you was listening to the beginning, I said, look, the reason I'm giving this information about me is because I need to get through to those people as well, because that are involved in this, because it may very well be that they're trying to follow falsified prophecies, being deceived. Now, if I can prove that I am who I am through this evidence, or prove who it looks like I am through, and it's pretty stacking up, everybody. I mean, the evidence is really quite strong, everyone. Then it means the prophecies are wrong and don't need to be fulfilled, in which case it could prevent the end of all of creation. So it's the most important evidence and the most critical time on Earth, apart from creation itself. How many companies are using fraudulent addresses? Somebody put. I haven't looked at all of 5 million. There's no verification, so all of them could be, because there's no verification. They could all be using fake names, or some of them could be using fake names. All of the government now are conspiring to allow international fraud and crimes to continue against humanity. I suspect there's going to be a lot of people involved in the blood, unfortunately. Hopefully not all of them that are, all of the MPs, etc. But they can all be arrested for conspiring to allow international fraud and crimes against humanity to continue. There's overwhelming evidence for a whole lot of them to be arrested by the innocents now. But I think we're at a point now where I'm giving the evidence. You need to make a decision if you're going to do anything. They need to make a decision. If nobody does anything, then I think we're talking about the end of all of creation. And I think that would make sense. Possibly a judgment that may just take out humanity, which means creation will continue, but humanity will be gone. I honestly think there's a real risk to all of humanity in this. And I think possibly it may be that I'm going to have some sort of involvement in how this is concluded. If you were listening to the beginning, it appears as though I've got that, role to give people the chance to do the right. If the choice is, now this is a big question, if the choice is, if we carry on as we are, it leads to transhumanism and the trapping of the conscious mind into the torture of technology, okay, where you cannot actually escape through death, eventually leading into the end of all of creation. Or if nobody does anything, that's a real risk, I suspect, based on all of the evidence. Or we remove all of humanity now that isn't going to be doing, if you're not going to do anything, the only right answer really is, if you're choosing between, look, end of all of creation and humanity going to be suffering through torture forever, through the conscience being trapped in the human mind, and you're talking billions of other life forms also being taken out, and all of creation, then the only real right answer is, well, yes, there needs to be the removal of humanity, isn't it? If you're not going to do anything, the innocents and those involved in this aren't going to do anything, and they're going to carry on moving forward in the way they are, then the only right thing is that humanity needs to be removed. If anyone disagrees with that, then please put no. Put no in the comments. But nobody's doing anything. You're not doing anything. Even though you're getting the evidence. I'm getting it out there. Some of you got the documents. They are aware of what I'm getting them to try and do. Speak the truth, repentance, commitment to change. If nobody's going to do anything, and there's a risk to the creation, then the only right thing is that humanity needs to be taken out. I mean, I can't see any other way. People are being given the chance to do the right thing. Do we deserve to be? Does humanity deserve to carry on? Now, before this evidence, we could have said, well, yeah, because people didn't know what was going on, and we were being deceived, and we were being, distracted, and they were removing our moral conscience to remove the. I'll come to that. It's an important question. Do I believe the Galactic Federation? No, I believe that's all a deception. I believe the Galactic Federation, the alien thing, I believe that's a load of rubbish. Yeah, I don't believe that. At the moment, based on all of my evidence, no. But obviously, if I get evidence to support it, then yeah. But people involved in this, I think they're trying to use that as a way out. There is no way out for them other than truth. It's quite that simple. Truth, repentance, commitment to change. Even if they were to get rid of me now, it's not going to make any difference. The only right way is 100% is to truth. And let's face it, we all want truth. We want transparency. And I keep saying, without truth, there's no trust. If there's no trust, there's no relationships. You can't have a relationship without truth and trust. And we know what needs to happen. I know exactly what needs to happen, at least on a transitional basis, to lead humanity and the earth into the right sort of trajectory in this. But if nobody's going to do anything, I'm going to be thinking we need a judgment to remove humanity. And, my favourite movie is Terminator 2 Judgment Day. They've made me believe I'm going to have the ability to decide the outcome in this, potentially. Now, I don't know how that, whether that's actually going to happen, I don't know. But what I can tell you, all I can do is present you with the evidence. I can present you with the dreams I'm having, which can't really be explained unless... yeah, you're right. And, someone's put only God can judge. And yeah, absolutely, potentially after death. But who brings about that death? That's the thing, isn't it? Now, obviously, it says thou shalt not kill. And I don't believe in death at all. Personally, I don't kill anything. I don't kill flies. I literally do not kill anything because I value life too much. But we cannot allow the innocents to be suffering, and we cannot allow the risk to all of creation, and we cannot allow the risk of all of humanity to be tortured through transhumanism moving forward in all of this. So, everyone has you need to seriously make a decision on what you're doing here. You've got even them telling you, even those behind this system, telling you that there's crimes happening against children. Do we deserve to carry on if we're not going to do anything about that? Probably not. Probably not. And do we then risk eternal damnation through that? Unfortunately, I think the Creator, if it comes to a judgment situation upon all of humanity, at the moment it's looking as though all of humanity is going to be facing eternal damnation because nobody's doing anything. And yet you have people protesting, blocking roads in Ireland for petrol. What about the children? Why aren't you all out there now following a strategy? You don't need to have chaos. The strategy I've given avoids chaos. It remains legal. It remains peaceful. And it has the ability to change everything. None of you are doing it. None of you are doing it. Why not? Fluoride, yeah. yeah, there's a lot of things that would have make everyone numb, the fluoride in the water. I think you've still got this evidence now, okay? So all of you that have this evidence and are watching the likes of me and not many others, unfortunately, talking about the real truth, which again seems to support who I am. Nobody else in the world is publicly talking about this. Nobody else in the world has disabled a cell tower and put their face to it and actually publicly identified themselves as they're disabling a cell tower and gone through the legal system, tried to actually trigger an investigation against themselves to expose the evidence, and they've still refused to interview me over it, everybody, and that's because I'm right about everything I'm saying, I think. And I think they know it. I suspect they know who I am. It looks as though everything's been staged around people around me all my life. Now, it's very likely that you've got people that have been hiding the bloodline that have stayed underground, which is loads of evidence suggesting that's the case. And some of them might be positioning some of the information and evidence to assist me as well in all of this, because there's certain things that they've actually given me to lead to other evidence as well. So, yeah, it's massive what I'm saying, and I understand that, but I've got to hope that it's getting to them. Even if all of you think I'm nuts or whatever, I don't care. I've got the evidence to prove everything I'm saying. The important thing is, the most important thing out of the two, whether it gets to the innocents or those involved in this, is it gets to those involved in this. Because they may be, as I've said, trying to bring about the falsified prophecies, believing that's their role, and they have to make it happen. So they have to bring about earthquakes, they have to bring about tsunamis, they have to bring about weather manipulation and lead into the end of time. And the only way you can end time or create end times, which all three Abrahamic faiths mention, I believe, is to create the point of singularity using a black hole or similar. Well, the technology it appears they've got in place through the colliders is what they seem to be able to do now. Now, I have to consider that everything that has happened and everything you're seeing as well, all right, it's not just me, including the World Trade Center disaster, is all some sort of massive deception for me. Now, that's a huge thing to say, but that is now what I'm having to consider with who it's looking like I am in all of this. And I can't not talk about who it's looking like I am. Even if it makes me sound crazy, I have to talk about it, because I have to be not worrying about what people think about me, and I have to just speak the evidence and speak the truth. And, like I said earlier, it's looking as though the Truman movie was actually about me and to get me to identify who I was and actually expose all of this. I mean, I haven't even told you half of the stuff tonight. We're going to come into some of the other evidence, right, to try and convince you how big this is and how relevant it is. Everything you're seeing going on in the news is to do with this practically. The whole Peter Mandelson and Keir Starmer 100%. Keir Starmer was part of a company called the Death Penalty Project Limited. Go and look at it. It started in 2005. The Death Penalty Project Limited. Go and look at its incorporation document. You will see it has Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's further down. You'll also see the London Law Agency. That London Law Agency is connected to the temple address that I told you about that links directly to my dream and my family. Okay, which means it links directly into CERN via the dream, as I told you about as well, via Keir Starmer. Now, he resigned from that company. You will see. Go and look on there. He's on the People record on the 5th of April 2020. That's the exact same day when the founder of the London Law Agency, which is on the incorporation document, died. Okay, it's soon after, as you're aware, the outbreak situation in relation to the COVID. Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's on the incorporation document for Keir Starmer is on the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, which means it connects to me again. Because Ingenious Film Partners 2, the links to my upbringing and everything I've been telling you about this evening is also on that incorporation document. So is the Hackler International Advisory Board Company, which links to the Russian government and what I've been telling you about. And remember, the Stephen Owens of Exbourne Manor, where my investigation began, links to the Russian government and Hackler International Advisory Board. And Keir Starmer, you'll see on there, there's also a company, you've got the London Law Agency, and you've got another company in the People record, I can't remember what it is. It links immediately to Madeline's fund, leaving no stone unturned. The company was set up for Madeleine McCann after she went missing on the 3rd of May 2007, the same year that I was introduced to Lisa, the same year that I was introduced to Exbourne Manor, and the same year that Companies House created the Royal Foundation, the Prince and Princess of Wales, that links immediately to the Vatican and to the blood via Diana Betts on the incorporation document. Go and look at it. You'll see Diana Betts. She's a phlebotomist for the NHS. Blood in the NHS. And then it's no coincidence, 2009. 2009, I became a director of Exmoor Manor. Within 2 weeks of me becoming a director, they incorporated the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that I've just been telling you about, that links all areas of the fraud together practically. 2009, the movie. 2012 came out, which was Earthquakes and Tsunamis. It came out in 2009. 2009 is also when the second Da Vinci Code movie came out, which is Angels and Demons, and that is about CERN and the Vatican, where all of the evidence is converging, I found. Also, 2009 is when the Iranian Green Movement began, which links into the Iranian conflict deception I've identified via the research. So everything you're seeing is a deception. They're all working in collaboration. Everything that's going on with the Strait of Hormuz or whatever it is, it's all a deception. They're all in on it. The same day that the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales was incorporated, on the 29th of September 2009, is an earthquake occurred in Samoa. There's earthquake technology and research all the way through my research. Christchurch earthquake becomes relevant. That exact same day, a lady was positioned in Iran as the first female particular member within the government of Iran. And that was since 1979. She became the first female. 1979 is the year that the Georgia Guidestones were being designed, and they were erected in Georgia in 1980, representing an upcoming man-made apocalyptic event. They were damaged and destroyed on the 5th of July, on the 6th of July 2022, 2 days before I approached Anthony Roberts that triggered my whole investigation. The day before that was a CERN experiment, the first experiment for 3 years, on the 5th of July 2022, which takes you 3 years back to the month of July 2019, when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, and when I have information that Prince Harry was wearing the skin of Madeleine McCann around the time of his arrest. It was the same month that there was a protest in Wuhan about incinerator plants going up in Wuhan in China, and then the following month is when Jeffrey Epstein supposedly died and cell towers were erected in Wuhan in China, and then you had the outbreak in December 2019. Where was I going to go with that? So yeah, on that same day, so that person that was positioned in the Iranian government, the first female since 1979, her father, I think it's her father or her husband, is the head of the what's it called? Red Crescent. Red Crescent is part of the Red Cross, which links back into the cross symbol and I believe the bloodline of Christ again. Now that came out, I found that out the day after Donald Trump said, or it was either 2 days or 1 day, after Donald Trump said that the picture of him representing Jesus was actually him as a doctor linked to the Red Cross. I then stumbled across that evidence tying to the Red Cross. The Red Cross is the same symbol as the Knights Templar who head the bloodline of Christ. Now he came out representing that image depicting Christ within a day or two of me suggesting I may be the bloodline of Christ. It's no coincidence, everybody. Right, I'm going to get back to the other evidence. Do you think Princess Diana is alive? It's possible that every high-profile death is a deception for me to identify everything that I've identified. It's possible. If we're dealing with a load of actors, possible, yes. I'm sort of in an R in it because I've been very naive to think that some people were not deliberately murdered. You know, there's bound to have been some people murdered over such a vast amount of money that's linked to the drug trade and the sex trade. So difficult to know for sure, but it's looking, based on all of the evidence at the moment, it looks like she was murdered if it wasn't an accident. Jill Dando, definitely, if she was murdered, which they're telling us she is, then it will be because of this, 100%. Absolutely 100%. The World Trade Center disaster is 100% because of this. Madeleine McCann, 100% because of this. 100%. Mike Jackson, death, if he died, 100% because of this. Well, I'm just going to move on to the next bit of research. So we've covered the shopping centre around me, how that led to apocalyptic scenarios, events tying in with the crucifixion of Christ, Mel Gibson, and the resurrection. We're now going to take a slightly different angle. I'm trying to think where to go next with you. So Okay, let's talk about the Duke of Kent and how this relates to me. He's the Grand Master, and the Duke of Kent is the Grand Master of the Freemasons. Masonic companies are shown throughout the research and appear to link significantly to crimes against humanity, and particularly children. The main Freemason lodge links directly to very personally to people with me and to other connections made to my families in Kent, where I was born. Research shows that Prince Edward, Duke of Kent, Edward George Nicholas Paul Patrick, was born in 1935 and he's a member of the British royal family. He's the elder son of Prince George, Duke of Kent, and Princess Marina of Greece and Denmark. He's a grandson of George, whatever that number is, nephew of Edward and George, and first cousin of Elizabeth II. Edward's mother was also a first cousin of Prince Philip, Elizabeth's husband, making him both a second cousin and first cousin, once removed to Charles III. He is a 42nd in the line of succession to the British throne. In 2025, following the death of his wife, Catherine, Duchess of Kent, I didn't know that actually until I read this the other day, or a few days ago, Edward became the oldest living member of the British royal family. Edward has held the title of Duke of Kent for over 83 years. Now remember, Kent is where I was born, and he happens to be the Grand Master of the Freemasons. He inherited the title at the age of 6 in 1942, following his father's death in a plane crash. Edward carried out engagements on behalf of Queen Elizabeth II and is involved with over 140 charitable organisations. Most of the charities are criminal organisations, given the ability to launder money through those and actually use that money towards the falsified prophecies and to create the problems that those charities are there for, according to all of the research. He was president of the All England Lawn and Tennis Croquet Club, where my late father had a contract for nearly 30 years. Prince Edward, and where I actually worked when I was working with my dad as a carpenter, before I became a security officer, I went to Wimbledon All England Tennis Club a few times, and I remember standing on the centre court when there was no one there and it set the whole alarm off for the court. I remember being in the changing rooms once, changing ceiling tiles in there with my dad, and there having a massage. It was either Greg Grozetsky or Andrew Murray. I can't remember. I've got a feeling it was Andrew Murray. If it was, I suspect he was deliberately positioned there for me to later find the links to Andrew Murray, to the Dunblane massacre, which connects massively into all of this. Prince Edward had presented the trophies to the Wimbledon champions and runners-up, and served as the United Kingdom's special representative for international trade and investment, retiring in 2001, the year of the World Trade Center disaster, which is clearly related to the Companies House fraud. He is joint president of the Scout Association and president of the Royal United Services Institute and the Royal Institution of Great Britain, and since 1967 he has been the Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge of England. Edward has been a Chancellor of the University of Surrey since 1976, the year before I was born. Interesting, because we had the Surrey air ambulance, didn't we, connection in the research that links to my dreams. So here he was, the Chancellor of the University of Surrey. Much of his charity work evolves around war remembrance, technology, and the growth of the British industry. Edward was initiated into a Royal Alpha Lodge number 16 on the 16th of December 1963, the year of the apparent John F. Kennedy assassination, which I suspect didn't happen, and the release of the first James Bond movie linking to the Flemings. He was elected as the Worshipful Master for 1965 and 1966. Having been appointed Senior Grand Warden in 1966, the year of the establishment of the Church of Satan, which links to Exmoor Manor now, via the Satanic Temple United Kingdom, he was elected Grand Master the following year and was installed on the 14th of June 1967 during the United Grand Lodge of England's 250th anniversary celebrations at the Royal Albert Hall. There was a mention of something back there. So he was the president of the Scout Association. Well, the first Scouts was with Baden-Powell in Poole on the Isle of Brownsea, which is right near Exbourne Manor and where my investigation began. I've done the research around Baden-Powell. Many of the apparent crimes against children, high-profile ones linking with the religious establishments, particularly Justin Welby, and the South Bank inquiry, which is linked under a corrupted independent investigation by a particular person in my document. I can't remember the name. That links to the Scouts. Okay. Outward Bound was a camp group where Jimmy Savile was actually a director for it. That was an Outward Bound camp group thing to do with Scouts, etc. And there was a video that somebody had actually witnessed a murder on that Scout club, and they were two people claiming that they were sexually abused on it. And Jimmy Savile was a director. That connects immediately to Donald Trump, the royal family, CERN, back into the Collider technology, the Freemasons, the Waterlows, which means a link back into portals. And I think the blood of the children, according to all of my research, is massive in all of this. Like I said a moment ago, I think, based on my evidence, the whole system has been set up to launder money, particularly in relation to the harvesting of the blood, as I've said, from the innocents, and using technology to create illnesses to get people to go into the medical industry, and then the blood be able to be stolen from them through those illnesses. Having been appointed senior, I mentioned that. Yeah, mentioned that. He is the 10th and longest serving Grand Master of UGL, the governing body of Freemasonry in England and Wales. In December 2013, he celebrated 50 years as a Freemason. This is the year after CERN claims to have discovered the God particle. In October 2017, he presided over the tercentenary celebrations of UGL, marking the 300th anniversary of the founding of the original Grand Lodge. This is an interesting time, isn't it? So this was 2017. This was as a video is being done about my wife's granddad, where I acquired the ring, okay, which becomes relevant to the 13. This is 2013. Again, the 13 relates to the end of the Mayan calendar, the cyclical cycle. The 13 relates to the bloodline of Christ. The letter M on the ring is the number 13. This all becomes relevant. On the back of the $1 bill, you have loads of 13s, 13 stars in the stripes, or 13 stars in the United States flag. Loads of 13s on the back of the $1 bill, including a pyramid. The pyramid was in the Louvre. The Louvre relates to the bloodline of Christ via the Da Vinci Code movie. It was in that. The Da Vinci Code movie stemmed from bloodline and parchments being found in a church in France many years ago, pertaining to the hidden bloodline of Christ coming in and linking to the Vatican. We have, where were we? October 2017, the 300th anniversary of the Grand Lodge, one of two bodies that merged to form UGL in 1813. 3 years after the related Waterlow and Sons, which links to portals, was founded, which links to De La Rue, the currency producer, which links back to me. 2 years before Switzerland became a neutral company, and 3 years before the relevant Cater and Allen, linked to the Flemings, was founded. The main ceremony was held at the Royal Albert Hall in the year that also marked Edward's 50th anniversary as installation as ACPRC Master, whatever that is. 2017 is the year after the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed and Donald Trump was positioned. This is critical now, okay? Because all of that was just other information. However, the Companies House records become critical. A Companies House search shows Prince Edward is connected to two companies, Balfour BT PLC, which is critical to the research and the link to Egypt, and an Egyptology company that links directly to a building near Exbourne Manor Freehold, that links to Tommy Robinson, that links to coming in from, where is it? I'm trying to remember now. It's exactly the same building. It's not even the same road. It links to the Grenfell Tower fire immediately. It links to Tommy Robinson from the research. There's a couple of other things, but you have an Egyptology company that was created in 1888 on the Company's House records. That company links via its directors to the British Museum. The British Museum is where the Albert Pike letter written to Mazzini was kept until it was removed from that museum on the year I was born. That letter pertains to the deception of the 3 world wars, which links to the infiltration of the Vatican in 1870. And the formation of Israel and the Balfour Declaration involving the Rothschilds in 1917. And he connects to, so that's one company that he connects to, Balfour Beatty, but he also connects to the Vinters Engineering Limited. Vinters Engineering Limited. That had been incorporated as Vickers Public Limited Company. Okay, so we have Vinters and Vickers. And this was incorporated in 1867, so it's quite an old company. Its name had been changed to the Vinters name, Engineering PLC, in 2003, and was changed for the last time in December 2012, 5 months after CERN claims to have discovered the God particle. It has Rolls-Royce PLC as its registered address. This makes critical connections, because Rolls-Royce PLC is on the incorporation document for the Chamber of Commerce company for Portugal that connects to the research that I've been telling you about earlier of Prince Harry wearing the shoes of Madeleine McCann at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. Rolls-Royce PLC is critical. With it, it's on the incorporation document. From that company, you make a link directly to the Italian Chamber of Commerce company. They are both criminal organizations. They shouldn't be even trading, okay, because they're fraudulently registered on the Company's House register. Within there, you have the Italian Earthquake Company, and you also have a link via Mazars to a Mazzini Garibaldi company linked to that earthquake company. Mazzini and Garibaldi. Garibaldi was the head of the Italian military around the time of the infiltration of the Vatican in 1870. Mazzini was the person who was the head of the Illuminati linking to the Vatican that relates to the letter written by Albert Pike in 1870 that was removed on the same year as my birth in 1977. And it talks about the 3 World War deception bringing about the light of Lucifer. The evidence is suggesting I may be the bloodline of Jesus, but also having the bloodline potentially of, according to, go and read the bloodline Illuminati, and it talks about the bloodline of Jesus and the bloodline of Jesus' brother Lucifer within them. When trying to research Vinters Engineering, there is very little information about it. Remember, this is the company's new name, okay, or newest name, to do with the Duke of Kent. Vickers is revealed, but with no mention of Vintners at all. This is very unusual. So the Vinters name appears to be relevant because they've given it that name, but there is not much information about it. There's only one article. I could find an article mentioning in Kent at the bottom in relation to a Vickers canteen in Kent, but there was nothing in relation to Vinters that I could find. Vinters is the name of the school that I went to in Maidstone in Kent. All right, so I went to 3 different schools. I went to first one was Vinters. That was my first school in Maidstone. Remember, we've already been talking about the shopping centre was in Maidstone that I worked at later. Vinters was the school I went to. That's where I cut the lump out of the top of my head using it. There was like a lump on the top of my head. That's probably going to be relevant. I don't know whether they're putting something on people's scalps, and because I removed that, it made a difference. I don't know. Anyway, that's a different thing. Then I went to a school in Erith, which is near Bexley Heath, and then I went to my last school, which is where my the Knights Templar location is connected to, which was the Thomas Aveling School on Arethusa Road in Rochester when I was living with my dad. The research says that Vickers PLC, so remember it had the name Vickers changed to Vintners, to Vinters. Vickers PLC was the remainder of Vickers Armstrongs after the nationalisation of three of its four operating groups: aviation, four operating groups: aviation, aircraft. Let me try that again. Four operating groups: aviation, as a 50% share since 1960 of British Aircraft Corporation, or BAC, in 1977. Interesting, year I was born. Shipbuilding, in brackets Vickers Limited Shipbuilding Group, in 1977, year I was born. Didn't notice this. And steel. It was purchased by Rolls-Royce in 1999, which is when the re-establishment of the Church of Satan occurred, and when Vladimir Putin became the Prime Minister of Russia. And the Vickers company name became defunct in 2003, as Rolls-Royce renamed the company Vinters Engineering. So we've got that, it mentions it there, Vinters Engineering, linked to Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce PLC purchased Vickers PLC for 576 million in 1999 before its marine engineering business. In 2002, Vickers Defence Systems purchased by Alvis PLC to form a subsidiary of Alvis Vickers. In 2003, Rolls-Royce renamed its Vickers subsidiaries Vinters Engineering PLC. The Vickers name lived on in Alvis Vickers. In 2004, the board of the parent group Alvis approved a 309 million takeover bid by the American defense company General Dynamics. Within 3 months, BAE Systems, which connects to me, okay, which I'll come to in a minute, which already held a 29% stake bid, 35 million bid 35, sorry, let me read that here, which already held 29% stake, bid 355 million for the company. This was seen as a defense of the home market from the foreign rival. The bid was accepted by the majority of shareholders. In September 2004, BAE announced the creation of BAE Systems Land Systems, a new company bringing together the BAE subsidiaries, RO Defence and Alvis Vickers, which saw the end of the Vickers name after 176 years. In 2005, the acquisition of United Defence led to the creation of BAE Systems Land and Armaments Group. BAE Systems is hugely significant to the criminal network, being the largest UK defence contract, as shown throughout the document. Now, when I was living in Kent, the Chief Constable was Paul Condon. If you go and look at the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom that's linked to the Doomsday Cult via Julian Assange and Robert Maxwell, you will see Sir Paul Condon in the People record. Go and look at his companies. He was a director for BAE Systems and a Group 4 security company. One of them was created with exactly the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, where my investigation began. When I moved down to Dorset from Kent, somebody befriended me. I now believe this was deliberate, called Jock Condon. Jock Condon was the person that introduced me to Exbourne Manor, the same surname as Sir Paul Condon, who had been the Chief Constable in Kent when I was living there, and he became the Metropolitan Chief Commissioner. And as I've said, in the Company's House record, links to the Doomsday Cult, which means Julian Assange, means Robert Maxwell, BAE Systems, and Group 4 Security. So that now connects that introduction, because he is a relative. He'll be a relative of Sir Paul Condon, Jock Condon. Jock Condon then, in 2000, I want to say 2008, maybe 2008, something like that. Suddenly he left the job, okay, in Bournemouth, where we were working in the police, and he ended up going and supposedly being close protection for the sheikhs, isn't it, in the Middle East. Well, the Middle East, they're all working together. Okay, remember, it's a conflict deception going back many, many years. The Vinters connection is interesting, as I previously attended a Vinters boys' school, as I said, which was in Huntsman's Lane in Maidstone for a short period of time. I suspect this name change was deliberate. According to the research, the Vinters name for my former school changed in 1998. This was when I moved away from Kent to work at Butlins for 2 seasons. Around 98, between the security job I was doing, I did 2 seasons at the shopping centre we spoke about earlier, and 2 seasons at Butlins in Minehead. A Companies House search shows that its new name at school was called Valley Invicta Academies Trust, that had been incorporated in March 2011, the month after the Christchurch earthquake, and has the same address as Vinters Boys School had when I was working there. It has Schofield Sweeney LLP on its incorporation document, connecting to the research of Amber Rudd, who is shown in the research of the London Bridge terrorist attack. Schofield Sweeney LLP had been incorporated in November 2002 and has address of Yorkshire and Lancashire on its incorporation document, both significant areas in the research of the fraud and the apparent crimes against children. Martin Nicholas Sweeney connects Schofield Sweeney to 17 companies, including West North Yorkshire Chamber of Commerce and Chamber of Commerce companies are centralised to the criminal network. Sweeney also connects to DLA Piper companies that are linked immediately into Field Fisher, the BBC, the Royals, the De Reyes, the Vatican, and the apparent crimes against the children as shown elsewhere. So this now connects my former school into the Vatican. Yorkshire is important historically in how it relates to the Romans, Ireland, and fox hunting possibly being used to hide the hunting of children. Andrew Ian Gilchrist, this is a very important name in the research, is in the People record for Schofield Sweeney, and a separate search reveals a duplicate record connected to Air Partners LLP that had been appointed on the 13th of August 2007. They had been appointed on the 13th of August 2007, days before Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated, where my investigation began, and they resigned in December 2024 as the exposure continued. The company had been incorporated as Lupton Fawcett in 2005 before its name was changed for the only time in October 2025 as the exposure continued and I was released from prison. It has a registered address in Leeds where Jimmy Savile, same location, same town or city, where it was prominent, and Lupton Fawcett Solicitors is on its incorporation document. I suspect the Fawcett connection is relevant to Dame Fawcett mentioned elsewhere and linking with the Virgin Foundation. Joanna Claire Spittle is in the People record, connecting Air Partners to 10 companies, including United Nations International Service and important York companies. Spittle had already been, this is coming from my former school, you've now got a link to the United Nations, everybody. Why would there be a link to United Nations to a school? Okay, you might, there's too many things here now. Now, the United Nations companies have also been Spittle, the same name here, you'll see. Spittle, this exact same name record, had already featured in the research stemming from my wife's former employee 3.5 hours ago, where I was married in the future, that links to the Virgin Foundation, which links to the Pizzagate scandal, and links to everything else, and criminal United Nations companies that were started with the same company as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. And it's also, this exact same name record for Spittle is also more recently shown in the research of the child abuse scandal regarding Stephen Cottrell, the Archbishop of York, as shown elsewhere. All right, you go and look at the scandal surrounding the Bishop of York and you'll be able to read about it. It's all connecting into my school now, okay, this as well. Referring back to Schofield Sweeney, Adam Robert Hassel is in the People record and connects to Evershed Sutherlands Limited, making further connections to centralised criminal network and the police organisations as shown elsewhere. Dorios Peters connects Schofield Sweeney to Mitchell LLP, making further links to the Vatican, the BBC, the Royals, and the centralised criminal network, and the De Reyes, which means Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited again, and the Doomsday Cult. David John Arundel connects Schofield Sweeney LLP to Clarion Solicitors Limited, with Clarion Law LLP leading to various other Clarion companies. And Clarion Housing Group is the largest housing association in the United Kingdom and appears to be a criminal company and has major connections to the criminal network and other areas, including to Kenneth Noy, who links to the Freemasons and the bloodstock industry as shown elsewhere. Referring back to my school, the new connection to the school, Valley Invicta Academies Trust, Edward John Llewellyn Lloyd. Ah, wow, it is becoming very relevant now. This, now look at the name, Edward Lloyd. Middle names, John Llewellyn Lloyd. Wow, this is relevant to the vampirism, everybody. You're going to be hearing about this in a bit. We'll be talking about that. But it's good me going through my evidence again, because what I'm doing is picking up on things I didn't know about. And you'll hear me talking about Edward Lloyd in a minute and how that links into Sweeney Todd, vampirism, and Flemings, you'll see. So we have this name, it connects to 14 companies, including Hill Samuel Bank Limited, where they'd been appointed in 1992 and resigned in 1996. Hill Samuel Bank Limited had already been connected to Judge Nigel Hamilton Sweeney in the research of the Lee Rigby murder, connected to CERN Limited, the former MP for the area of where Exbourne Manor is, and Jimmy Savile's property in Bournemouth, where my investigation began, and to my wife's family as shown elsewhere. John Pedder Moss connects Valley Invicta Films to the school company, to 11 companies, including Canterbury Diocesan Board of Finance, the Diocese of Canterbury Academies Company Limited, I forgot about this, the Diocese of Canterbury Academies Trust, and Rochester Academy, making connections to the Archbishops of Canterbury again, that I'd already linked in, remember, from the research of the centre that I was working at. It's almost guaranteed who I am, everybody. I'm sorry to say this. The evidence is so overwhelming, and I'm only reading some little bits of it here. And obviously I'm aware of all of the other stuff in my mind as to what I've identified through the research. It is literally all making sense, everybody, and tying everything together now. So we also have this link to Rochester, again, where I was living with my father. Helen Bonza Wilson connects Valley Invicta Academies Trust to Leeds Castle Enterprises Limited, that had already featured in the research of the Iranian conflict deception, leading to the Charles Dickens Museum, that makes references back to me, that is relevant to Rochester, where I lived, and the Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors Europe Limited Company, with the Rockefellers already linking to Jeffrey Epstein, and the research of the Lockerbie bombing, which was in 1988, as shown elsewhere. As I escalated the exposure of the fraud, articles emerged with younger ITV employee. As I escalated the exposure of the fraud, articles emerged in 2023 of TV presenter Philip Schofield, because obviously I thought Schofield Sweeney, is that somehow going to be linked into Philip Schofield, having been in an affair with a younger employee. Research shows he was born in 1962, is an English television presenter, etc. I won't go into that, you'll know who he is. He also did a show called The Cube. Remember, we've got the Satanic Cube, everybody. He did that show from 2009, when I became a director of Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, when the Iranian Green Movement began, when CERN came out, the Da Vinci Code second movie, Angels and Demons, about CERN and the Vatican. He did it from 2009. He then did it again from 2020 to 2021, The Cube. I suspect it relates to the cube of Saturn, related to Rome and Saturnalia, that is clearly relevant as shown elsewhere in the document. In February 2020, Schofield came out as being gay and separated from his wife after 27 years. In May 2023, he admitted that before leaving his wife, he had carried out an extramarital affair with a young male ITV co-worker. Amid extensive media coverage, Schofield resigned from ITV was removed as an ambassador for the Prince's Trust, everybody. Okay, look how significant this is now. That means links to me. Prince's Trust, the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. I'm linked to the incorporation document. And was dropped by the talent agency, had represented him for over 35 years. From 2011 to 2022, so that's the year of the Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Savile's death, to 2022, when I started uncovering the fraud, Schofield was involved in several television programmes about the British royal family. This is from the year of the Christchurch earthquake, as I said, to Jimmy Savile's death, and the year of the fraud, exposed the fraud linking into this. And remember this, the movie that came out before I was born, everybody, Soylent Green. It was about a police officer in 2022 uncovering a dystopian future involving corporations. That was based on a book from 1966, the year of the foundation of the Church of Satan. That book was based in the year 1999, the re-establishment of the year of the Church of Satan, after its original founder died within 2 months of Princess Diana in 1997. Sorry, in 1997. It came out, the book was based on the year 1999. And guess what? Guess where Philip Schofield links to immediately. See if anyone can guess what company linking to me Philip Schofield connects immediately to. You'll get a mention if you can put it in the comments, or part of it. I've mentioned it a lot tonight. It links to my upbringing. I'll tell you anyway. Ingenious Film Partners 2. So Company's House search shows Philip Schofield connects to 5 companies, including Gordon the Gopher Trading Company Limited and Ingenious Film Partners 2. That is shown on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that links to me and my upbringing, everybody. Remember, this is the same company linked to Robbie Williams, who did Jesus in a Camper Van song in 1998. That was coming in from the research of Richard Knighton, who was positioned at the head of the military, okay, as I was exposing this in 2025. You hit Robbie Williams. Robbie Williams connects to Ingenious Film Partners 2 as well. Just a bit of information that somebody sent me in relation to to the Freemasons, which is quite interesting. In March 2026, someone sent me a document in relation to bloodline history that links to the Freemasons. It talks about the Oculus Omni was returned upon the resurrection of the title and position of Lucifer, associated with the position of Superior General upon the official foundation of the Venetian Magyar of the Society of Jesus, also known as the Jesuits, upon the ancient feast day, Lucifer, on August the 15th, 1534. The Jesuits then ensured, and the symbol became an exclusively associated symbol with the occult lodge known as the Freemasons of England, following the Constitution of England and the island of Britain as the New Jerusalem. The use of the Oculus Omni within the artwork and symbology of the Freemason, founded in the 16th century by the Jesuits, has always meant the all-seeing eye of Lucifer, and signifies the ultimate position and whatever, I can't see that, to whom the Masons serve. As most Masons believe, propaganda of the Reformation. Hold on, I might have missed a bit there. Oh yeah, as most Freemasons believe the propaganda of the Reformation, only a handful of the most senior Masons in history have ever known the true meaning of Oculus Omni. Okay, so they're all being deceived. The use of the Oculus Omni within the artwork and symbology of the Great Seal of the United States of America. Remember, we're now talking about the bloodline connection of Christ again, and X on all of this. Directly heralds the fact that the United States was the first nation founded philosophically and literally under the control of the Jesuits and the direction of Lucifer being the superior general. The continued presence of the Oculus Omni on the US dollar bill, okay, which demonstrates that all Americans ultimately still serve Lucifer, also known as Lord God. Also known as the Superior General of the Society of Jesus since the foundation of the nation. Now this is interesting because this links into the 13th bloodline evidence that we've been talking about again, where it talks about the blood of Christ and the blood of Lucifer, good and evil, potentially righteousness and sin, and humanity being given the chance potentially to decide the outcome through the evidence on what they do about the future of earth. It says within the document, when the Jesuits, through King James, helped form the Freemasons, first in Scotland and later in York, very relevant what we were saying about York earlier, and then London in the 16th century, the ancient symbol of G for the Septuaginta was made a key symbol of worship. Despite the many myths and legends, there are 7 core meanings to the letter G in Freemasonry. Now, I've had to think, does the G actually mean Gary? I've actually had to think that because of this. And when you read, if you just type in, is there a connection between Gary and Jesus? A joke was coming out in 2025. I can't find it backdated any further, so it looks like it may be deliberate. It says about a joke where they were going to call Jesus Gary until he stubbed his toe, or something like that. So in other words, instead of shouting that, he shouted Gary, and they ended up calling him Jesus. Right, let's go back to this. The meaning to the letter G in Freemason is designed by the Jesuits from its foundation. The letter G in Freemason represents the first letter of the name the Great Architect, which Masons use to describe the supreme being, the creator of the universe, in distinction to God or Lord God. And the letter G in Freemason represents the ancient symbol of the Septuaginta, sorry, I'm pronouncing that wrong, as the first true scriptures and laws of Judaism, and the true luz in brackets Jews, represented now by the King James Bible, Old Testament, as the official text of the Masons. And 3, the letter G of Freemason represents all Jews, G-E-W-E-S spelling, G-E-W-E-S. I'm going to put my phone on charge. Oh, how do I get rid of that? But I think it's about time you all act and do something. Either those involved in this before it's too late, or you that are innocent, you need to be following my strategy. It really is. How do I turn the green screen off now? Sorry, I'm just trying to. I can't find a way of turning it on. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm trying to. Because I've got my phone plugged in, the cable's sticking out the bottom. I can't stand it up very well. I don't know how well that's going to work, but I've got it. My phone's dying, so. So I don't know how to turn that green screen off. I'm clicking on green screen again, but it's not. Got create highlight. What's that? Effects, no, retouch. HD live video, no, that's just to turn the video off. Lighting. That's weird. I've accidentally turned it on, and now I can't seem to turn it off. Sorry about that. I can't emphasize enough how this evidence is the key. It is absolutely the key to a new earth. And if you don't realize that by now, then we're in serious trouble, everybody. I can't help anyone if people aren't realizing how important this evidence is. It is literally the key to everything. Why do you think there's 50 police reports that are being ignored? Why do you think they haven't interviewed me? Why do you think they haven't arrested me for not turning up at court, which they booked in for the 18th of November? 1 and 8 equals 9. 9/11, everybody. It's the same date. And they timed it the same date as that court date for me. They timed the digital verification for the directors for the company's house. It's no coincidence, everybody. All right, these were all signs that they were, it seems, trying to see if I could identify all of these signs and realise and put it all together and, you know, join all of the dots in this. You really need to be focusing all of your efforts literally into this now. I can't do this alone. I don't think. It's possible, but I just don't. We've got the Disclosure movie coming out soon, but full disclosure, and then we've got this something going on with St. Pui X in July. But my advice to you, everybody, is stop delaying what needs to happen. We must change the system. They're not coming out speaking about it and compelling that change quick enough. You're not doing anything about it. All right. So I think the world's in serious trouble if not. So reading on, G in Masonry, ancient symbol of the, I've mentioned that, James Bible Testament, the official text of Masons. Also, there's another, the letter G represents all Jews, G-E-W-E-S, accepted members of the Brotherhood of Masons, sworn to upholding their sacred oaths. The letter G is a Freemasonry, is a Septu, I need to research that, Septuaginta, that'll bring up some results, I'm sure, as the most unholy, sacrilegious text in history, and therefore supreme book of black magic. Interesting. The letter G in Freemasonry represents the word gematria. So they're giving all the different meanings of it as the system assigning numerical values to a word or phrase to deprive geometric relationships between names, events, places, and messages. And the letter G in Freemasonry represents God, signified by the oculus omni, meaning Lucifer, or the superior general of the Jesuits. And the G, in its highest meaning, represents Jesu, G-E-S-U, being the headquarters of the Jesuit order, the Church of the Jesuits, and the highest possible level of Freemasonry. Freemasonry is a system of sovereign, independent, and subsidiary fraternal associations, sharing common system of occult rites and practices, invented at the commencement of the 17th century by King James. Remember, this ties in 1711. Remember what I told you, the portals, the currency producer, the infiltration of America that year as well, okay, which stems from Hampshire. All right, part of it is massively to do with Hampshire, why it's so important, and now we can see why York is very important, with the Freemasonry beginning in Scotland and then in York, followed by London, and of course the Reformation, the formation of the governments, and the German company called Gutenberg, which we're going to come to in a minute, was actually the organization that wrote the first Bible. So you can see the infiltration of the Bible. I might have to come off this and come back on. Let me know if this is bothering you, this green screen, and I'll just have to restart the live. I don't know how to turn it off. Someone's put, I served the Australian Commonwealth Bank CEO about 2 weeks ago. Also CC Dr. Fake Ann Webster here in Australia about debt slavery. Debt bondage regarding the CEO of who Dr. Tedros linked to Gates. Why is Gary a background gone green? I accidentally pressed the green screen button. I can't turn it off. Sorry about that. Oh, someone said, Gary, let me search it. Oh, what? How to turn it off? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so the first Bible was printed by Gutenberg, according to the research, which was a German organization that was starting to print at the same time that the Reformation began. So this all ties in with the Freemasons, you see. The Freemasons are all the way through this criminal network. If the blood of the children's real, then the Freemasons are part of it, massively. Massively behind the blood of the children. And we're going to come into a little bit of that blood element, hopefully in a minute, when I get to the research. I'm just going to have a look at the comment. Right, the people don't know. Gary, 9/11, I heard, was Jesus' real birthday. Yes, I have actually heard that. I haven't found any corroborating evidence, but I haven't really looked, to be honest. But yeah, somebody has told me that before as well. There's obviously real relevance to the date of that. The whole thing of the World Trade Center was planned. It was created, started to be built in 1966. And it was then which is the year of the foundation of the Church of Satan. And they finished building it in 1973. 1973 is the year that the SWIFT international transaction system started to be used into the money laundering, okay, and funneling that money into offshore accounts. That's the year that the Soylent Green movie came out, and also the movie Papillon, which becomes relevant to butterflies and me personally, which led to very key evidence leading to the Immortal Man, which was not Immortal Man, the Peaky Blinders Immortal Man, which has just recently come out in Netflix, and that was directed by Stephen Knight, not a coincidence, Stephen Knight, and that links to James Bond because he's now been given the role of the director of the next James Bond movie. So we're going to be talking about Guttenbergs in a minute. So let's crack on with this evidence. I'm presuming you want me to carry on. What time is it? I have no idea. Let's see how late it is. And again, you know, it's all very well me giving you the evidence, everybody, but you need to be acting on it. I'm giving you a strategy, okay? It's obvious what needs to happen. As soon as you start doing the strategy, they'll realise it's up, everyone, all right? And it will trigger an investigation. It will trigger the truth to come out. Honestly, you've got to trust me on this. I've looked at all of the evidence. This is the best strategy available to end it. If you don't, and they're not going to come out with full disclosure, and you're not going to do a thing, it's game over for everyone. I can't see how humanity is going to be able to carry on. Okay? Are you still on Patreon? I've never been on Patreon, to be honest with you. I'm on TikTok. I'm on. I used to be on. They stopped me uploading videos. I couldn't last time I tried, but I haven't tried again. I need to. On Rumble, and also I haven't tried the other one. What's the other one? I'm on Facebook, X, but I don't put much on X. Don't put much on Facebook because they're controlling all of it. They're suppressing it all on me. I can't get my numbers up at all on any of them. I'm on Telegram. Yes, I'm on Telegram. That goes straight to Export Manor. All of the social media platforms are linking into Export Manor. It's just massive. It's massive. Right. Freemasonry is a system of sovereign, independent, subsidiary fraternal associations, as we've said, a cult-like practice invented in the 17th century by King James. By King James I of England. From a synthesis of the English Rosicrucian movement and the Venetian Kabbalah Hermetic movement. The initial attempts at establishing Freemasonry to cripple the guilds, in brackets livery companies and of London, was a complete failure, including the lawyers and notaries. It was not until the beginning of the 17th century that the new strategy was formed by creating completing networks of lodges rather than one, competing networks rather than one, specifically unified Freemasonry movement. And in June 1717, the Grand Lodge of England was formed. That's not a coincidence, is it? So that's 6 years after portals started to be formed to create the currency. It was formed in 1725, which is the year of the Jason Russell battle in New Hampshire in North America, where it looks as though they were colonizing from Hampshire. The Grand Lodge of Ireland was formed, and the Grand Orient de France was formed in 1733, and in 1736 the Grand Lodge of Scotland was formed, and in July 1751 the ancient Grand Lodge of England was formed, and in November 1813 the Grand Lodge of England the United Grand Lodge of England, which my family connect to. So that was 1813, which links to also Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh. Grand Lodge Limited has already been shown in the research of Donald Trump, linked to Jimmy Savile, the Royals, and was incorporated as Grand Lodge Publications Limited on the 12th of May 2004, the same year that Charles visited Iran. That becomes relevant to earthquakes and the Iranian conflict deception shown elsewhere, and almost 20 years to the day of when I exposed the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales to the fraud, and the satanic painting of King Charles was unveiled on that exact same day. It has Freemasons Hall of Great Queen Street, London, and a Waterloo company that have been linked quickly to Exbourne Manor, where my investigation began, and of course that links to portals. Okay, so this is the Grand Lodge Limited Company, has Waterloos on its incorporation document, which links to portals that I've just been speaking about, the currency producer. A search for GLE as the acronym for one of the companies reveals GLE Limited that had been incorporated in 2004, and it dissolved in October 2012 after CERN claims to have discovered the God particle. It has Highstone companies on its incorporation document. The directors connect to various football companies and industry significant to the fraud. Highstone Secretaries Limited is in the People Record and connects GLE Limited to 3,062 companies, including Bournemouth Enterprise Limited, Bournemouth, where my investigation began, that was also incorporated in 2004 and dissolved in 2014. Firat's unusual surname connects Bournemouth Enterprise Limited to 4 companies, including Swindon Star, that had been incorporated as Best World UK Limited in 2005. Its registered address is Griffin's, Tavistock House, Tavistock Square, London, WC1 H9LG, making a direct link to the Flemings by CAPB Limited, that was incorporated as Robert Fleming and Co. Limited in 1932, and shows important evidence in relation to the World Trade Center disaster, as shown elsewhere. Tax Assist Accountants of an address of 19 Fleming Way in Swindon and DTE Business Tax Centre in Lancashire are shown on the incorporation document. Tax Assist Accountants makes a direct connection to Peter O'Doherty, who was positioned as the Commissioner of the City of London Police in 2024, as I continued to expose the fraud. DTE Tax Assist makes direct links to a company called Downham Train Epstein Limited, as shown in the research of the death of Daniel Morgan, connecting to the death of Millie Dowler and huge areas of the international criminal network to world leaders, the Royals, Jimmy Savile and Exbourne Manor. This is by the phone hacking scandal, which I mentioned earlier, that links to the shopping centre that I worked at via the Levingston inquiry, which relates to that phone hacking scandal. This is immediately from the Grand Lodge companies, everybody. Now, the other search, the Grand Lodge of Ireland, is the second most senior Grand Lodge of Freemasons in the world. The Grand Lodge of Ireland. Where's my battery going? Oh, my charger's gone, that's right. It's a shame we can't get more people on here and speak about this. I don't know how many of you are innocent in this. Like I said, everything's been a stage for me, so I don't know if they're staging all of my social media content that with, I hope that there's innocent people on here. It may be that you are part of something, some of you, and now you're starting to realise the truth through what you're seeing from me. I don't know. Thanks very much. I've just got your message. Appreciate that. That was, yes, thank you. The person that sent me the document I'm reading from, they just sent me a message to search in there, and it explains about it. The septi, unusual words, sept, whatever. Grand Lodge of Ireland is the second most senior Grand Lodge of the Freemasons in the world, since no specific record of its foundation exists. 1725 is the year celebrated. That's the year of the that's the year of the battle that took place at Russell's house, Jason Russell's house. 1725 is the year celebrated by the Grand Lodge anniversaries, as the oldest reference to Grand Lodge of Ireland comes from Dublin Weekly Journal of 26th of June 1725. This describes a meeting of the Grand Lodge to install the new Grand Master, the first Earl of Ross, on the 24th of June. The Grand Lodge has regular Masonic jurisdiction of 13 provincial Grand Lodges. 13, the number 13 again, everybody, relevant to the ring. The 13 becomes very important, representing destruction. The 13, according to the, covering all of the Freemasons of the islands of Ireland and another 11 provinces worldwide. Although there are some artifacts which suggest the existence of Freemasonry in Ireland prior to this date, namely a chair with Masonic symbols and the Irish harp in Lurgan Masonic Hall dated 1681. Now, it's possible Freemasonry is more significant to Ireland than what we're being led to believe. Now, the evidence suggests that Ireland may have been the hub for the mafias around the world. Ireland is where the first ever police force was set up. Okay, certainly in the United Kingdom. I think it's in the world. It was set up in Ireland. The IRA is part of the deception. Okay, the IRA is part of the deception. Jerry Adams. Guess what Jerry Adams links to very quickly? See if you can. I've said it quite a few times tonight. What's the company? Can you remember? Someone put it in the comments. Links to me. Jerry Adams links to... Anyone remember it? No. Ingenious Film Partners 2 LLP. So Jerry Adams links very quickly to me. The IRA. This describes a meeting of the Grand Lodge to install the new Grand... Oh, sorry, let's start that again. We're going to install the new 24. The Grand Lodge was regularly Masonic jurisdiction over 13 provincial Grand Lodges, covering all the Freemasons of the island of Ireland, have said, and another 11 provinces all world. And then we have this artifact that suggests it's older. The Catholic Church excluded its members from participation in Freemasonry. Right, now this ties in with the infiltration of the Vatican, and where there was this split where they were trying to modernize the church and the Vatican was fighting against it. It looks as though they wanted the real bloodline of Christ to continue to counteract potentially that infiltration of the Vatican. Now, I was born in 1977, so I'm being led to believe in 1977 Marcel Lefebvre left the Vatican. He was opposed to Freemasonry and trying to prevent the modernization, which would be leading into the end of creation, okay, via the technology such as CERN and artificial intelligence. He left with the princess, who was one of the leads of the black nobility family, and several other people, to go to Switzerland that year. And he was courting people within that group. I have to consider that I was somehow produced from that separation from the Vatican, because it's the year that I was born. I have to consider that. He was then the same person that created the St. Puy X, okay, in 1970. He created that. So prior to doing that, he created the St. Puy X, and then in that was given the 6-year initial period, taking you through to 1976, as I've said, when the Apple, as I've said, company was first created. Interestingly, in 2017, they extended the St. Puy X indefinitely after the Pizzagate scandal had been exposed. I now have to consider, was the Pizzagate scandal and a lot of what we're seeing a deception, okay, to trigger Christ consciousness through the bloodline of Christ? All right, create this event of Pizzagate scandal with the skinning of children alive, set up a load of evidence for the right person who's the real bloodline of Christ to identify all of identify all of the criminal network, how it links in with the blood of the children and torture, and come forward to change everything forever, providing the evidence for humanity to be able to do that. We have to consider that. 2017 is when Donald Trump was positioned. It's the year after the Pizzagate scandal. It's the year when the owner of this ring that I'm wearing did a video talking about their life, talking about their connection to Freemasonry, then becoming a Christian, okay, having the surname of Windsor, living in Kent, and then moving to Dorset, not being the real grandfather, it seems, of my wife, even though for 17 years I was led to believe that was her grandfather. I suspect it's not, because of inconsistencies in the video that he does in this church, in the same church that links to Deborah Fleming, that links to Christchurch, and makes that name connection to the earthquake, twinned with where I was working in the police. So the Catholic Church excluded its members from participation in Freemasonry. Rival movements such as the Knights of St. Columbanus, interesting. St. Columbus was the name of the person who made the prophecy of the end of the world, and he came from Ireland. He was exiled from Ireland to the island of Iona, which has connections to Jesus and Mary Magdalene, according to the research. And he said the world would end through a beam of light. Now, Iona is very near, not far away from where Valentine Fleming lived, okay, who links to the Flemings. And I link, remember, directly into Valentine Fleming and to the Iron of Prophecy via the the office that I was working at in Bournemouth Police via the Company's House Records. The system has to change, everybody. It doesn't need to be chaotic. But the longer, and I had a conversation with someone, I said, look, if you wait until they escalate things to such a point where you're going to be having to physically take to the streets, then it's going to be over. Because what's going to happen is it will probably lead us into the tribulation period. The first thing they'll do is obviously martial law, and it'll all be kicking off everywhere, police, military, etc. Then you'll lead into the 3 days of darkness. So what they'll do is they'll cut the internet probably. They'll then reduce the food supply, all right? And then it will just escalate into an apocalyptic scenario. It doesn't need to be like that if you follow my strategy. The strategy I'm giving you allows the ability by peaceful, legal means to apply the pressure to compel the truth. That's what we need. We need to compel the truth of the system. As soon as we get an acknowledgement of the truth of the system, that triggers the change in the system. As soon as we get a trigger in the change of the system, that's it. We're on home free then. Okay, it's going to be a rocky road. However, it will lead into heaven on earth through a transparent system. Stop paying taxes, probably not going to be enough now. All right, they would have had so much money accumulated. Obviously, that's better than nothing. That is in my strategy. I've actually put that as part of the strategy. No one should be paying taxes. No one should be paying taxes now. That's without a shadow of a doubt. That in itself probably isn't going to change this. That's probably not going to change this. We're too far down the line now. This is why, you can't take any chances with this. You need to really go all out. So it involves stopping paying all taxes. If necessary, stopping paying work, stop paying your bills, start making the citizen's arrest. That is a key. It's a key. As soon as you publicise the citizen's arrest, which doesn't involve holding on to anyone, everyone thinks you're probably thinking, handcuffs and, rolling around on the floor. No, it just means using words and exposing the right words publicly to the faces. It's the exposure. Peaceful, legal exposure. Okay, that is what is required and will change everything. They know that. That's why they positioned somebody going out doing citizen's arrests after I'd said this and them getting arrested. They staged it. They linked to JP Morgan, which means the Flemings. So they staged it because they knew that was the answer. They knew I was giving the solution to the world. So they tried to bide themselves more time by publicising a video of someone being arrested for trying to do that. A lot of what you're seeing is a deception. Okay, a lot of the things they're making you think is happening isn't happening. The arrests for people on Facebook posts. No, that's not happening. I haven't been arrested or questioned at all for any of the stuff that I'm doing. They've refused to actually question me. I've asked to be interviewed for everything, for disabling a cell tower, an offence, all right, which I was being led to believe was a terrorist offence, and yet they haven't even interviewed me. I'm the key. The evidence is the key, everybody. This is it. If you want to change the world, you need to listen to what I'm saying. You need to look at the evidence and you need to follow the strategy. Okay? You need to follow the strategy and focus on this evidence. Honestly, if you do not do that, I can foresee the end of humanity in all of this. You are on the precipice of hell or heaven. You have a choice. You just simply need to do what I spoke about right back at the beginning. Remember, we spoke about the destruction and what it means with the number 13. Remember, links in with my ring again. Okay? That you need to change the outcome of this by doing the right thing and be willing to make a sacrifice. Come out of your comfort zones. If necessary, be willing to lay your life down for the children. Now, if you're not willing to do that for babies and children and the potential end of all of creation, then there's no hope. But you're not going to die, are you? Let's face it. If you follow my strategy, you won't die by trying to arrest through words and a script, being peaceful, legal, and a way that won't escalate anything. You're not going to lose your life. You're not going to lose your home. Nothing's going to happen to you. It's the most simple solution to this. You just simply have got to do it. There is no other option, everybody, at the moment. I've looked at all of the other options. What they're trying to do is they are desperately trying to allow the money laundering system to continue. We cannot live under a criminal system. As I was saying last night, even if it turns out that they've laid up the evidence of the CERN collider and the threat of creation and the blood of the children, which I don't think that is, but if it is laid up as a deception, you're still living under a criminal system, which means it has to stop, doesn't it? You can't live under a criminal system and those that are leading you or overseeing your problems, the police and your counsellors, etc., being involved in a criminal network. We absolutely don't. Right, I'm definitely getting rid of you, PC. Goodbye. There's no way we need chaos. Unbelievable. You're gone, mate. You're gone. Unbelievable, right? He's obviously positioned, okay? This is what they want. They want an escalation in the situation because it will lead into what they want, which is the prophetic conclusion in this. Those at the head of this. You do not need chaos if you follow the strategy I'm giving you. If you don't, then chaos will probably ensue and it will lead to the end of creation. There's a chance of that. So therefore you need to follow the strategy. He's gone. I'm now almost certain he was positioned. Right? Anyone that's saying there needs to be chaos, well, hold on. You need to try other things before there's any chaos. He hasn't tried anything, I bet. So he would have been positioned to have said that. We do not need chaos. I absolutely don't believe that. All right? You'll be falling into the trap if you create the chaos. It's not required. Exposure, peaceful exposure through the evidence will change this. I can almost guarantee you. Citizens' arrests, starting with the solicitors. They are key to this. The Freemasons are key. So go to the Freemasons Lodge. Exposure, exposure, exposure of the evidence. That's what I'm giving you. The proof, the truth. That's why it was called the Truman Show. It's almost guaranteed that's going to have been done. That's going to have been done for me. That's why everyone's now. It makes sense why people are saying, Gary, there's a dome over us. They're probably trying to get me to realise the relevance of the Truman Show because he's within a dome. That's possibly why a lot of people are saying, flat Earth, Gary, flat Earth, Gary. In other words, Gary, you need to realise the Truman Show is about you potentially, Gary. You need to look at the Truman Show. Well, now I've done that and it's now making all sense. So everything, my whole world has been staged. Well, why would they have staged everything? Why would they have put actors all around my life? It must be because of what I'm saying. It's got to be. Doesn't make sense otherwise. Right. The last two Grand Masters of the Irish Grand Lodge were L. McCurley from 2023 as I escalated the fraud, and Richard S.G. Enzer from 2025. So he left. He realised, oh dear, Gary's exposing everything. We'll put somebody else in position of the Irish Grand Lodge. A Companies House search shows McCurley connected to 3 companies, including Northern Ireland Hospice Promotions Limited, that was incorporated in 2000 and has a nature of business of gambling and betting activities. Falsified prophecies. They're behind the pornography. They're behind the gambling. They're behind the drugs. They're behind all of the bad things in this world, okay, that separates you from your moral conscience. And now we have him, the head of the former head of the Grand Lodge, linked into a gambling organisation. Gillian Leslie McCauley connects this company, and it's linked to the hospices, everybody, but it's got it as a gambling limited to British Chambers of Commerce that makes connections throughout the centralised criminal network. Bernadette McNally connects Northern Ireland Hospice Promotions Limited to 6 companies, including Balmoral Golf Club, that have been incorporated in 1918 and has a discreetly forged register. McNally also connects to National Children's Bureau, making critical connections throughout the criminal network and to the Paedophile Information Exchange and to the YMCA and to the World Trade Center disaster. That's the Children's Bureau coming in from the Irish Grand Master. Referring back to McCurley, they also connect to Northern Ireland Hospice that had been incorporated in 1981, and it has a forged register with Northern Ireland Hospice Limited on its incorporation document. Angela McLernan connects this company to the Florence Nightingale Foundation, already connected to major areas of the criminal network, as shown in the research of the COVID response. David Shepherd connects Northern Ireland Hospice to 10 companies, including Bank of Ireland, Britain Holdings Limited, that was incorporated in 1986 as Drop True Limited. Interesting. Drop the truth. Drop true, tell a lie. Drop True Limited. And it has Temple Back East, Temple Key, Bristol, on its registered address, used throughout the fraud. Shepherd also connects to Bank of Ireland Business Finance Limited, that had been incorporated in 1981 and is shown as being in liquidation as I expose them. Its name was last changed in May 2001 on the lead up to the World Trade Center disaster. Bank of Ireland companies already feature in the research of the Ben Hoochin Teesside scandal, making major connections to the horse and bloodstock trade, appearing to be used to hide the blood of the tortured children, and the fox hunting in Ireland appears to be relevant to the hunting of children on estates, hiding the hunting of children estates as shown elsewhere. Mark Christopher Sheridan connects Northern Ireland Hospice to St John Ambulance, Northern NI in brackets, that was incorporated in 2000, and St John's Ambulance is shown in the research of John F. Kennedy and appears to be another Freemason money laundering project. A search for Richard Enzer, the new head of the Irish Freemason Lodge, shows that he was appointed as the Grand Master of Northern Ireland Lodge in 2025 as the exposure continued. And he shows that he is connected to 2 companies, both with addresses of Bishop Fleming LLP of 10 Templeback Bristol, featured throughout the fraud. This makes immediate connections to the Flemings and my investigation at Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. This is the head of the Irish Grand Freemason Lodge. One of the companies is Gur John International, GURR, that had been incorporated in 2020. Simon Arthur Taylor connects Gur John's International Limited to 11 companies, including various Sotheby's companies, such as Sotheby's, literally with Sotheby's, that have been incorporated as Sotheby Park Burnett and Co. in 1966, the same year as the foundation of the Church of Satan. It has a forged register with Sotheby & Co. on its incorporation document. Sotheby companies had already been identified linking to major areas of the fraud, and the White House Limited and the President's Club sexual abuse scandal in the research of the phone hacking scandals linking to major areas of the international government fraud and the death of Daniel Morgan as shown elsewhere. Linking back to me, remember we spoke about it, the Levinson inquiry. We're talking immediate connection into all of these things, everybody. Okay, so now the Freemasons, heads of the Freemasons are linked into it. Timothy David Llewellyn connects Sotheby's to 15 companies, including the Samuel Coulthard Trust, that is shown on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, which links to me via Ingenious Film Partners and those that I grew up with. The Heckler International Advisory Board company is also on there, linking to the Russian government, tying back into the date that Portals was purchased by De La Rue in relation to the main currency producer. The company also is shown in the research of the Cuban Missile Crisis. This is the exact same company. Llewellyn, the same person, also connects to Friends of the Courtauld Institute that was incorporated in 1969, the same year that Charles became the Prince of Wales, and it dissolved in 2021. It is a criminal company with a forged register and Waterlow and Sons on its incorporation document, linking with the Freemasons and the main currency producer, the LaRue, and Portals again. Llewellyn also connects to Sotheby's Shipping Limited, that had been incorporated as Suit Last Limited at an important year of 1990, before its name was changed in November 2009, not long after the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess Wales was incorporated. It has been a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited, where my investigation began. Clive Graham Lord connects Sotheby's Shipping Limited to 19 companies, including Cherwell Films, Clyde Films, Swale Films, Eclipse Film Partners number 25, making critical connections throughout the criminal network to the Sweeney Todd Group, Satanic Temple United Kingdom, intelligence agencies, goldsmiths, and apparent major crimes against humanity and children, and the plans against creation as shown elsewhere. Lord also connects to York UK Holdco International, that have been incorporated in June 2012, the month before CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson particle. Jordan's Limited is on page 16 of its incorporation document, making the connection to Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited again. X-born or born X. Bloodline Christ. X falling off of the building. Me putting it back up. Nicholas Daniel Go is in the People record, with Go names making critical immediate connections to CERN Limited, Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein, as shown elsewhere in the research. Robert George Woodhead connects York, UK. Remember, York is the very important location where fox hunting originated, according to the research. It connects York, UK Holdco International Limited to 33 companies, including Hofesh Schechter Company Limited, that have been incorporated as Hofesh Schechter, looks German, Productions Limited, before its name was changed in 2009. It has a registered address of Somerset House, Strand, London, used throughout the fraud, and it has Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's on its incorporation document, making the immediate connection to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales and me again. Remember, the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, as I've said, via Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's, it connects immediately to Keir Starmer on the incorporation document of the Death Penalty Project Limited. Go and look at it. Go and look at the filing history. Scroll down. You will see the the Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's Limited. That connects immediately from that company where Keir Starmer was the director to Madeline's Fund, leaving no stone unturned. Immediately. Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's is the organisation that P. Diddy used in his defence for the child trafficking investigation against him that was triggered in 2024, as I was exposing the fraud. This name, Hofesh Schechter, appears to relate to Hofesh Schechter, who was born in 1975. And is an Israeli-born German choreographer, dancer and composer based in London. He is the founder of the artistic director of the Hofesh Schechter company. Hofesh Schechter was born in Jerusalem, Israel in 1975. So we have an Israeli link. Successfully auditioned for Jerusalem Academy of Music and Dance as a pianist, but switched to dance upon his arrival, taking formal classes in ballet and modern dance. While still training as a dancer, he was conscripted into the Israel Defense Force on his 18th birthday. He later described his experience as like an electrical short circuit in my brain. Woodhead also connects to, going back to the previous director, connects to South Bank Centre Limited, that had been incorporated as the South Bank Board Limited in 1988, before its name was changed in 2008. The company connects immediately to the fraud, including to Rupert Murdoch by Allen and Overy on its incorporation document. Rupert Murdoch is the centralised control of the media, all right, or part of the centralised control of the media. Remember, information is their biggest weapon against humanity. It is their biggest weapon against humanity. Somebody have put on, I'm the Lord of the Ring. I mean, you know what? It's looking like it, isn't it? It's looking as though I can't ignore this. As crazy as it makes me sound, I've got the evidence supporting everything that says who I am in all of this. It's just huge. And the fact that the Lord of the Rings writer was living in Bournemouth where my investigation began. He died in Bournemouth. The books came out in 1954, which is the same year that CERN was founded originally. I mean, it's just mind-blowing, everybody. And the researcher Peter Jackson connects immediately to Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. He's the one that directed the movies that came out. 2001, the first one, Fellowship of the Ring. Second one, Towers, the Two Towers. After the Two Towers collapsed in 2001, the third one, Return of the King. Woodhead also connects to South Bank. There are also many companies on the incorporation document for this company that are critical. This is on the South Bank Centre Limited. Now, South Bank links to the Archbishop of Canterbury, right? Because the same independent investigator, who is called something, can't remember her first name, she investigated the alleged child abuse against John Smythe, linking with the Archbishop of Canterbury, okay? She also investigated the South Bank Child Abuse Inquiry Network with somebody, unusual surname, Vapa, I can't remember. I've researched all of that. It's a corrupted investigation. They're covering up the whole lot, everybody, all right? It's actually, and I think it's because of the blood of the children. The blood is the key in all of this. Now, I hope, what I have to think in all of this, and one of the things I have to consider, but it's looking as though it's not the case, is have they deliberately put the apparent trade of the blood throughout the evidence, which is a very complex trail of evidence in the bloodstock trade and tying into vampirism, to get me to make the connection to the bloodline of Christ? Unlikely, because it's exposing themselves to the drinking of the blood in all of this to extend the lives. And we're going to come to later how Varney the vampire is very, very important in all of this and ties into the name that we just mentioned earlier, or a very similar name, and Edward Lloyd. We're going to be talking about that later. Anyway, on this incorporation documents for South Bank Centre Limited, remember, South Bank, investigation, child trafficking, linked to John Smythe and the Archbishop of Canterbury by the same independent investigator, Gibb. On the incorporation document, you have General Electricity Company, PLC, Bank of Liechtenstein, UK Limited, SG Warburg and Co Limited, which links to the Royals, Cable and Wireless PLC, shown throughout all of my research. The Thompson Organisation PLC, I suspect, relates to the Thompson family, who are associated with the Cray twins. Started with Arthur Thompson, who was a gangland person involved in Glasgow in Scotland. Political Quarterly Publishing Co Limited, that connects at key areas of my research. Western Advisory Board of the National Westminster Bank. National Westminster Bank makes critical links to the connection into the death or apparent fate of Madeleine McCann, linking him with Donald Trump, Jimmy Savile, the Royals, Freemasons, and to the Mazzini companies linking into the Italian earthquake company. On the incorporation document, you also have Wessex Water Authority, the British Film Institute, the Economist newspaper, Financial Times Group, the London School of Economics and Political Sciences is on the incorporation document, which makes major connections, including immediately to the Rothschilds, as shown in my research. British Railways Board, English Heritage, Faber and Faber Publishers, British Airways PLC, Portman Companies, Portman relates to Bournemouth, Carton Films Limited, First Leisure Corporation PLC, making critical connections to the Institute of Meat, to the Goldsmiths and Tommy Robinson, Capital Radio Trust, all on the incorporation document. If you don't believe me, please go and look at it. South Bank Centre Limited, that was incorporated as another name in 1988. Scroll down, look on the incorporation document, you'll see all of those companies and how that connects. So let's talk about Edward Lloyd. I think that's it here, yeah. So, remember, in fact, we'll come to that in a minute. If you research Edward Lloyd, you will see that he was the person that invented or created Sweeney Todd. All right, the slicing of people's throats story, fictional apparently, and then putting the remains of those people into pies, PIE, paedophile information exchange. They've actually created a Sweeney Todd group on Company's House with all of the solicitors, or the main ones, all centralised to the Sweeney Todd Group. Okay. If you look back at the Temple Bar, the Temple Bar was a bar, literally a bar, on Fleet Street. Fleet Street is the address where the barber shop is for Sweeney Todd. The Temple Bar connects to the Kit Kat Club. Ghislaine Maxwell was involved in starting up a company or an organisation called the Kit Kat Club, okay, in reference to that. The Temple Bar is where people used to go from Parliament. Remember, the government all appears to have been set up for the blood of the children, the harvesting of the innocents, all right, going right back. And the whole system appears to have been set up predominantly for the blood, which we'll come to in a minute. They used to go to this Temple Bar and they used to eat mutton pies, apparently, according to the research. PIE, Paedophile Information Exchange. So this guy, Edward Lloyd, he wrote the Sweeney Todd, or created the Sweeney Todd character, which was in the 1800s. He also created Varney the Vampire. Varney the Vampire, if you go and read about it, I'd never heard of him until about 3 weeks ago. It was where all vampire stories came from, basically. It was the first writings that included the fangs, or whatever you call them, the fangs. And when you read about Varney the Vampire, you'll see that the writer didn't know whether to make it a human that just wanted to drink blood, or to actually turn it into like a bat and fangs. And it goes on to say that he loathed his life as though he could not stop drinking the blood, and he actually ended committing suicide. All right. Now, I think that was them telling us their psychological problems by what they're doing, and I'm going to come to why I'm making that connection. But before I do that, Varney the Vampire was such a massive publication, it became linked into the a printing organization that became the biggest printing company in the world. And guess where it was? In Sittingbourne in Kent, right near where key individuals within my family, my friends, live in Kent. Okay, so Varney the Vampire, go and have a little look at it. It's where all vampire stories came from, and it was Edward Lloyd that wrote that character. In 1920, somebody, I can't remember the first name, I haven't got it in front of me, someone with the surname of Lloyd married someone with the surname of Fleming. I think this created the connection with the Flemings and with Lloyd's, making the connection to Lloyd's Bank, solidifying the fraud moving forward in relation to the blood of the children. Okay, the whole system is fairly strong. I mean, it's pretty overwhelming. Appears to have been set up specifically, as I've said, to harvest the innocents of their blood, particularly the children. And if you think about it, the international conflict deception, they're all involved in it, everybody, every leader around the world, even around the Iranian leaders, the leader of China, they're all in on this. Okay, they create the conflicts. They can then take the children from those conflicts, okay, and put those children into the international trafficking network for their blood, for their organ harvesting. And I think the sex industry, the sex side of it, I actually think is a byproduct of the main reason they're doing all of this. And I think they're having to focus on the crimes against the children in relation to sex, because the exposure is now so big, to hide the actual reason behind it, which I think is the bloodstock trade and the blood of the children, to extend lives, okay, to extend the lives of a select few. This is why I think people are talking about shapeshifters. I don't think it's shapeshifters. I think what they're having to do, remember, it's linked with the entertainment industry. It goes hand in hand with the entertainment industry. I think they're having to use special effects, makeup, etc., to make those that are extending their lives. And actually, I'll give you another good bit of evidence in relation to this in a minute, linked into the Russells, if I remember. If I forget, then put Russells in the comment in a minute. So, where was I going with that? Yeah, and a select few, because I think they're so scared, and they've been doing it for so long, they've extended their lives, and they're so scared of dying. I think they're absolutely so scared. You said Russell's already. Okay, I'll do it now. So the Russell's evidence. Remember, we've already mentioned earlier on, if you was here, we talked about Russell and Company. Russell and Company, if you go and research, it was involved in international drug trafficking, particularly opium, going back quite a long time in relation to China. Perfect way to hide the blood of the children through the drug trafficking network. Anyway, this again is not going to be a coincidence, everybody, I don't believe. A few days ago, on my TikTok live, it popped up with Kurt Russell in a movie, Tango and Cash, from 1986. That night, and obviously he did that movie with Sylvester Stallone. And what Sylvester Stallone movies? First Blood. Rambo, First Blood. Okay? Blood. Anyway, that night I had a dream about Kurt Russell. Not surprising, because I'd seen the image previously on there the day before. However, that prompted me, basically, I had a dream that his eyes were black and he was transforming and he had injection marks down his arms. So I got up the next morning and I decided to research Kurt Russell. And I found out that he was, in July 2025, there's an article that claims that he'd identified he was a relative of Jason Russell, a descendant of Jason Russell, involved in that Russell House incident, okay, in North America, in New Hampshire, in 1725. Okay, which is what I was talking about earlier, linking in with the portals. Research Kurt Russell, they've tried to hide a connection. So AI brought up, and I'm very anti-AI, and I don't think we should have it, but it came up as the first article. I put in Kurt Russell, his date of birth, who he was. It said, yeah, he's connected to this company. Went into the company, they've changed the date of birth within the company and not confirmed a change of birth. Okay? That has an address in Hampshire. Has an address in Hampshire, in Dorset. Right? Remember, New Hampshire, where he's already confirmed he's a descendant of, with this Jason Russell, this battle that went on in America in 1725, he confirmed in July he was related to them. Now I've got a connection to him in Hampshire. New Hampshire, where that was, is named after Hampshire. Anyway, turns out Tango and Cash is a reference to drugs. It's an actual reference to drugs. If you type in Tango and Cash related to drugs, you'll see it comes up as a specific link to drugs, international drug supply. Anyway, this then led into, I haven't got it in front of me, so a lot of this I'm not saying from the evidence in front of me, so I'm not going to be as detailed. But it led into a Russell and Russell solicitors. I then found a Russell Foundation company that became relevant. And his wife is Goldie Hawn. What did Goldie Hawn do in 1992? She was in a movie called Death Becomes Her that came out in 1992 about taking a fluid. And what does that fluid do? It extends life. It rejuvenates people. 1992 is when the Company's House records started to become electronic. 1992 is also when the Catholic Church became a legal entity. Okay, when I researched Goldie Hawn, go and look at it. Go and type in Goldie Hawn Company's House. You'll see, I haven't got it in front of me, it's something like Goldie Hawn Foundation. It was originally called Hawn Foundation, started in quite a few years ago. It dissolved after I exposed it. Linked straight into the criminal network via Goldie Hawn, which means the blood of the children. Okay, that's not going to be a coincidence, everybody. So there's a lot more because I haven't got it in front of me. However, so obviously I now suspect that the Russell link to Kurt Russell is going to have that connection to Russell and Co. and the international drug supplier being used to hide the blood of the children and the extension of life because of the fear of death. So their salvation also comes through this evidence, because what this evidence does through me is tells us that there's a creator. Okay, so therefore, if they can believe that there's a creator and there's something after death, then they don't need to fear death. And if they don't fear death, they're not going to want to cause the suffering of the innocents and harvest off of the innocents to extend the life. Now, anyone that thinks, Gary, no, blood can't extend life. No, organ harvesting can't. Obviously, organ harvesting can, all right? Over time, your organs will break down and your blood becomes older. So it leads to death eventually through that, or if not other means. There are actual articles that confirm, that come out at key times, as I'm exposing the fraud and before, that there is that they are almost able to create immortality via the blood of the innocent, the young, and the organ harvesting. Well, look, we can't allow a world of immortality, because immortality means we won't survive. The earth will not survive with immortality. We have to remove the fear of death. You remove the fear of death through the moral conscience being implemented as the foundation by the system to stop the removal of rationality. The removal of the rationality, maintain rationality, have clarity given to us by the Creator. It brings the moral conscience, which puts us in tune with the Creator. Look, I've been doing this for 4 years. Pretty much every day, I've not known if I'm going to survive. Right? They made me think I'm going to be dying every day. You know, I could be dying every day. They made me think I was going to be dying several times with particular events. I am not fearing death to do the right thing. Okay, I am willing to die to stop the suffering of the children, if necessary. Now, for them, it seems as though we have this, unless this is a massive deception. You know, we have to consider that's a massive deception about the blood of the children. But it's there, the evidence is there. Now, this would explain why Prince Charles confirmed that he was related to Vlad the Impaler. Because Vlad the Impaler relates back to Dracula. And the first article for Vlad the Impaler, for him claiming that he was related to Vlad the Impaler, that I can find is 2 days before Jimmy Savile died in October 2011. So anyway, this oh, where's the screen? Lost where I am now. Sorry, I'm just going to read you some of this research of... So remember, Edward Lloyd is the name of the creator of the Sweeney Todd and also of the Varney the Vampire. Company's House search. And it also says in the research that he created an Edward Lloyd Limited Company when he was alive. Obviously, this is more recent. Company's House shows an Edward Lloyd Limited, having been incorporated in May 2011, between the Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Savile's death. Vickers, do you remember we spoke about Vickers earlier? Vickers, Reynolds and Co. Limited is in the People Record and resigned from the company in 2017 after the Peatsgate scandal had been exposed. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my... After the Peatsgate scandal became St. X. Okay, yeah, sorry. St. Puy X was extended, I suspect related to the Blood Diamonds. Vickers Companies, remember we spoke earlier, connects directly to Prince Edward and the Duke of Kent and the Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge. So this is coming in from Edward Lloyd, the name of the... Sorry, my screen's gone funny. So this company that's connected to Edward Lloyd Limited is Vickers, Reynolds and Co. Limited. It had been incorporated in 2006, the year that I moved from Kent to Dorset. The same year that my dad created a company, or might have been his accountant, his finance, whatever, but a company that his name is on, was incorporated when I moved to Dorset, sorry. Even though I haven't gone into Exbourne Manor at this point, Exbourne or Bourne X, and it is the same companies that created Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. The company dissolved in 2018, and on its incorporation document is Creator.co.uk Limited. Creator. Is that a coincidence? Creator, CREATA.co.uk Limited, and a name of William Murphy. I'd only noticed this company once before, and that was when it's connected directly to Resurrection Church. Okay, remember what we spoke about earlier, the resurrection element linking into me, and that was the Resurrection Church, and that was in the research of the death of George Floyd. Data.co.uk Limited had been incorporated in 2013, the year after the CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson of God particle. It has an address in Cheltenham, which becomes relevant to me personally, to some family members. And it has Apex secretaries and Apex directors on its incorporation document that connects almost immediately, but I will say quickly, to my mother's employer in Kent and to the NHS, Exbourne Manor, where my investigation began as well. What about Mary Shelley? Because when you talk about the vampirism, it links to when you go and research Varney the Vampire, you'll see that Mary Shelley is mentioned because of the Frankenstein element. It looks as though Frankenstein also stemmed from Varney the Vampire. Well, Mary Shelley was buried in Bournemouth, where my investigation began. What about Gutenberg's? Gutenberg, let's read about it. On the 29th of March 2026, a TikTok post came on my feed mentioning Steve Gutenberg and one of my favourite childhood movies, Short Circuit, from 1986, the same year as Tango and Cash. A printing press, this is the research of it, a printing press is a mechanical device for applying pressure to an inked surface resting upon a print medium, such as paper or cloth, thereby transferring the ink. It marked a dramatic improvement on the earlier printing methods in which the medium was brushed or rubbed repeatedly to achieve the transfer of the ink. The invention and global spread of the printing press was one of the most influential events in the second millennium. In Germany, around 1440, the goldsmith Johannes Gutenberg invented the movable type printing press, which started the printing revolution. Modelled on the design of an existing screw press and single Renaissance printing press, could produce up to 3,600 pages per workday, compared to 40 by hand by printing, and a few by workday, compared to 40 by hand printing and a few by hand copying. Gutenberg's newly devised hand mold made possible the rapid creation of metal movable type in large quantities, and together with the press itself, drastically reduced the cost of printing in Europe. From Mainz, the press spread within several decades to over 200 cities in a dozen European countries. By 1500, the presses in operation throughout Western Europe had produced more than 20 million volumes. It later spread beyond Europe through colonial and missionary networks. It's obviously linked into religious establishments, linking in with the blood of the children, everybody. The operation of a press became synonymous with the enterprise of printing and lent its name to a new medium of expression and communication, the press. Anyway, Gutenberg's was the first Bible to be printed. Okay, and then you've got the blood in the Holy Communion, a complete mockery of the Creator, I believe. Why would you drink the blood of the Creator or the representative of the Creator and eat the body of the Creator through Christianity? It's just a mockery. You would not do that of the Creator. And that obviously gives the ability to infiltrate the eating of the most Jesus, the children, and the blood of the most innocent the children. Although the basic design of wooden hand press, I'm not going to worry about that too much. Moving to next bit. Reformation, the spread of the information in relation to the Reformation, the role